let me know if you see everything. Alright? Yeah, we can do that game over again if you want. With my audio. Nice. Awesome. What game were we on? We were on... Alright, let me just make sure we got the right settings of audio and... Alright. Should be good. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It's almost like OBS completely wiped out all my audio settings from my monitor and my microphone, which is really strange. Yeah. Got all the games, so we can get right back into what we were doing before there. Yeah. So let me just make sure I got everything here. Yeah. Am I in the right place for the... Yep, alright. Just making sure we got the sound settings all good on the monitor side. Yeah, alright. So let's jump back in and do the one we were just doing there. Germany versus Peru. Yeah, I went into a lot of talking here, and I want to reiterate the points that I was talking to myself about before. Yeah, alright. Alright, so we got a Cappy here with Germany, and then on the other side you got Mandalore with Peru. Right, pretty simple. I said before that the map was Florida pretty much. You got the swamp section here, simple and sweet, where basically you can't build anything in the swamp area, but you can build it on the dry grass area. You got the grass section here, and then you have the wonderful fishing part on the coastline here, pretty much, right? Like I said, just make sure you don't go swimming in the water when they say there's jellyfish and sharks on the beach, right? But thankfully in this game, those things don't exist, right? You can just swim in the water anytime you want. Unless some Native American shoots you with an arrow in a canoe. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so let's get right into it. Go from start to finish here. Sort of the main point I was making here with Germany before was... they became a really nasty civ to deal with in Wars of Liberty, you know. They don't have any of those old properties from the Legacy game, I would say, really at all. You know, they've basically been morphed into the British civ, you know. They got these houses called the Mites Cairns. They work just like the manor house system. You construct the house, you get a free villager with the house. Pretty much like that. And they get this other feature that goes in conjunction with it called the Krupp Factory. And with the Krupp Factory, what happens is it produces artillery for free over time. So sort of think like how your factory makes heavy cannons in the Asian Diocese or Definitive Edition. Well, Germany gets secondary ones called Krupp Factories. And they work a little bit differently because you can actually pick what type of artillery they produce. They can produce culverins, falconets, now called foot artillery, or the mortars. And there's also some additional options you can unlock from the home city as well, like the Farpanzers, or the mobile armors that the nation state civs can make as their sort of heavy artillery. Or you can make steel guns, which is basically heavy cannons. Has the same status as a heavy cannon. Yeah, and what that means is, since your Krupp Factory build limit starts at 1 in age 3 and goes up 1 each age, by Imperial Age, you can actually have a 5 queues of heavy cannons working all at the same time with Germany. That's really big, you know. I mean, Aaliyah would love that sort of thing, right? He loves making heavy cannons from his factories. Just imagine if you gave him 3 more of those things to play around with. Yeah, totally nasty. Absolutely nasty. And then I guess in a second we'll see Germany's deck again over here. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, looks like Rommel's here. Good afternoon, gringo. Buenas tardes, see. Yep, let me see this deck though. So this is the deck we saw before. I said it was basically sort of a middle of the road or balanced deck, I would say. Because you got a lot of shipment options, but you do have some consideration for late game. Namely, you got Eco Theory and the more basic eco stuff of Royal Mint and Refridge. But you also have Spandau Arsenal here. This is the same thing as Advanced Arsenal for the other European civs, but it also halves the cost of all the technologies at the Arsenal. So not only do you get all those wonderful Advanced Arsenal techs to research into, but they're going to be even cheaper to research, thus being more relevant to your game. Yeah, and you can tell a big proponent of this deck is going to be Line Infantry, because you have the Needle Gun card, as well as the other combat cards too, called Short Range Attack and Short Range Hit Points. And then also something I didn't touch on when I was talking to myself was you have a lot of emphasis on the skirmishers too here, because you got long range combat, which benefits both your early game volunteers and your mid to late game skirmishers. And then this card here called Jägerbusch that basically gives you skirmishers more multipliers against maneuver units. In other words, like cavalry, like dragoons. So your skirms become really good at like knocking out dragoons. Great asset to protecting your artillery. Also your heavy cavalry, like your cuirassiers, which Germany does make in this game. On the other side, though, you got Peru. Peru is going up with their immigrants right now. And essentially, how this works is you pick a immigrant colony. They'll give you a wagon, and then that wagon will turn into the colony you're looking for immigrants. And immigrant colonies are pretty powerful and actually a lot more substantial, I think, than normal politicians that the Europeans get. That's because these colonies can do multiple things for you, right? They can produce their worker unit. They can produce immigrant battalions and military units, and they can research certain technologies, right? And the way it works is every time you age up, you can pick a different immigrant colony, right? Every civ, with a couple exceptions, only has about 3 different options, right? You can either stick with one immigrant the whole game. They'll allow you to get all 6 technologies for that one immigrant, since you get 2 technologies per age up, right? And then for age 5, you would basically get this really powerful bonus called a ultimatum power, or an ultimatum. And it's something really big, like getting 2 factory wagons, getting 50 line of sight on buildings, getting 200% additional stats on your vills, really big stuff like that. Yeah, or you can mix it up, basically, and get different techs from a variety of immigrants, as well as being able to make the immigrant battalions of all those different immigrants, right? So let's say you get sick of the Chinese, which we see here for age 3. You can go on with the Irish and get access to all the Irish units, but you won't be able to access the Chinese ultimatum once you hit into the Imperial Age anymore. And likewise, you can say, you know what, I don't want Irish and I don't want Chinese for age 4, and you can go with the other one that they get, which I think would probably be Japan for Peru. And then basically at the cost of losing really powerful age up bonuses, now you got a good roster of about 6 units you can basically train now, right? You got the 2 from the Irish, you got the 1 from the Chinese, I should say, and then you got the 2 from the Japanese. So, you can either have a more diverse army, or you can have a more developed colony with more perks associated with it, pretty much. Yeah, essentially it. Yeah, essentially. Let me check over here. I think I hear a is that a never mind. Alright, I heard a phone ringing. That's should be alright. Yeah. And this is what we saw when I was talking to myself, was basically Cappy goes with a line infantry attack. This is the more typical way of playing Germany, is to go line infantry. Back in the early days of the Germany rework, they did have grenadiers in their roster, so they could either go grenadier or line infantry, but those have since been removed in place of giving them early skirmishers in the form of the volunteers. So in this situation, technically the Legion Piranhas would have a advantage. At least that's what you would think. But there's ways around that, though, you know. The way these Grenadiers work is you have a charged grenade throw, right? You can see it right here. It's about 18 crush with 2 splash and a bit of a multiplier against infantry, right? And basically what you do there is they'll try to get as much area of effect into this army as possible. But one thing you can do with line infantry is you can put them into stagger mode, right? To offset that advantage. See that? See how they split up? Now, when these Legion Piranhas toss their grenades, that area of effect of 2 is going to be a lot less substantial, and it's going to hit a lot less things, pretty much, you know. They'll still hit their intended target most of the time, but they won't be hitting other units as well, which means the line infantry now become the stronger soldier here, pretty much, right? Because though these Legion Piranhas have some pierce armor, these line infantry have just about the same hit points, be it a little bit smaller, but they have a really good range attack of about 23, so they can go toe-to-toe in range combat with these Legion Piranhas pretty effectively. That stagger mode basically changed the way this entire fight worked out, and at this point, Marin the Lore is really desperate. He needs to actually call out his emergency units. In the case of a Latin American town center, you can get access to the Sereno here, which is a spearman that apparently has multipliers against siege units. Yeah, don't ask me how that works, but yeah. And then you can make the firemen as well. You remember your friendly firemen in your neighborhood, they'll put out fires and save cats from being stuck up in the tree, right? Well, the firemen in this game, instead of saving cats up in the tree, pull out firearms and shoot at enemy soldiers. Yeah, you know, a very different type of fire, right? Instead of putting out fires, they're firing on their enemies. Go figure. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's pretty interesting how certain units work in this mod, for sure. Yeah, furry, sure. Yeah. If you don't know what the whole furry thing is about, just check out the Definitive Edition stream that we did 2 days ago. It's pretty fun. Came up with a funny sort of rule. Every time I say for sure, I have to change it up a little bit and, you know, put some sort of zing on it or something to make it sound a little more interesting, because it's a phrase I use a little bit too much. Yeah. And this is the big thing as a recap of basically what Cap did. Recap Cap. Get it? Yeah. Basically what Cap figures out here is, because I'm Germany and I have all these manor houses and extra villas and a very large bandwidth with my economy, what you can do is you can basically pivot towards a build of both line infantry and hussars, basically. So musket plus hussar. A build you would commonly see a lot with the British as well, right? But the way New Germany works, they actually have access to musketeers, right? The line infantry. And then you just combine that with the hussars, and you're looking at a very similar situation, you know. It's actually almost exactly the same as the British, because actually with Germany, you get Royal Guard line infantry, and you get Royal Guard hussar. You know, Royal Guard Turmkopf and Royal Guard Maykoffer. So, both of those are Royal Guard, essentially. Yeah. Pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah. And unfortunately for Mandalore, he wasn't able to figure that out, because if we look at the Fog of War again, of the Mandalore, not Cap, he never really figured out that Cap ever had a stable, so he wasn't able to think, oh yeah, I have to switch to Pardos now. No, he never made that realization, and he got caught with his pantalones caught down right here, you know, because hussars are going to have a pretty easy time wiping out grenadiers, right? In some of the earlier versions, there was no malice for the grenade throw on these grenadiers, right? You see there's a bit of a malice against shock here in this area. They didn't used to have that, so they actually used to send hussars flying off their horses pretty much, and they were a pretty OP mess. And the dev said, no, 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 we need a mouse against hand cav, or these things are basically going to ruin the entire meta of the game. And sure enough, yeah, they had a mouse against shock units. Yeah, it saved the day, I think, and it certainly saved Cap from getting capsized. Yeah, completely destroyed Mandalore here. If we look at the post game once again, you can see here, basically Cap had a huge resource advantage basically given to him just by the fact that he was playing Germany, right? Extra villagers means more eco. Up to 20 villagers, in fact, if you were to make every one of those Might Cairn houses, which is really substantial. And then the military, yeah, of course, with the big economy, you're going to have more units and more powerful units, right? Not only was he having foot units, but he had hussars as well, so a really expensive unit mixed in, which gave him a huge substantial kill count here compared to his opponent overall. And just to emphasize it, this is the villager graph that the Wars of Liberty developers like to see when I do my uploads. This is a graph of Germany compared to Peru in real time. Look at this spike once you get up around deeper into age 2, and you get some, yeah, this is a huge spike, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, right? Whereas Peru, you know, it's clearly much smaller in that sense. And likewise, just lead some more shipments too. You know, Germany can get more wood crates, thus more Might Cairns, plus more villagers, plus thus more units. It's a constant cog benefiting itself, really. That's sort of the main idea with Germany is. Think of them as like the British, but with even more advantages than even the legacy British have, really. Oh, this was that day. Oh, yeah, Mandalore. So you remember that match? Yeah. Yeah, make sure you always scout out your opponent. It's kind of hard to remember sometimes, but you really need to make sure you do it. You know, if you don't do it, you just won't know that your opponent's building a stable where they can completely curb stomp you with a couple of hussars there, you know. It's something I do, you know, and I end up getting curb stomped by another unit as well, you know what I mean? And sometimes, even though you know what they're doing, you still can't macro around it with the right army, but at least you have a bit of padding in terms of timing to be able to put something out there and stop it. Pretty much, yeah. Yep, so now we can finally do a no game finally, right? And you can actually hear it too. Isn't that wonderful? Who thought that hearing your voice in a stream was a challenge? But apparently with OBS, it's a constant challenge. Yep. It was even so substantial, someone in the Wars of Liberty Discord pinged me, go like, hey, by the way, man, you're talking to yourself, you know? Is something wrong? Why are you talking to yourself? You think all these viewers are here? They're imaginary. They're just numbers in your head. But no, now the viewers are real, because now I can talk to them. I can talk to them for real when I see their chat. Beautiful. Yep. You gotta love OBS, though. It really is something special. It really is. Yeah. We got another Cap Germany game to do next. It's going to be Caps Germany versus Sakul Fierro's Argentina. So if you thought Cap was going to cap it at that with Germany, guess again, now he's going to do another Germany match. Let me see where that is. What's the recording called? It's called Cap Germany versus... so I have to go K for Cap. K for Cap. We got a lot of Cap games today, by the way. So if you like Cap a lot, you're going to have a lot of Cap games today. Alright. Let me pause this one super duper quick so we can go over the map. Looks like the map is High Plains. This is a personal favorite of mine. I like it a lot in the team games too, because you get this really big trade route here that has about 5 of the trade sockets on it. If you can get this thing down with the stagecoach, depending on if you're like the Belgians, the Ottomans or something, this can be a pretty much game winner for you, essentially. So I like that part of this map. I also like the fact that it has a lot of big hunts of bison on it that can keep you fed for a while. The natives are very solid on this map with both the Comanche and the Cheyenne. Nothing really to complain too much with this map is, yeah. And even though it is an open plains map, you do get these occasional little divots, like these little outcroppings here, basically, where you can set up a defensive as well. So, you got a bit of variety on the map. It's not as basic as you might think. Yeah. Let's get started, though, and pick up from where we left off with the other thing. Yeah. So, this time, Cap is still doing Germany, but now we got Fierro going Argentina. And with it, a whole different roster to work with. Yeah. Argentina has a lot of options now in terms of combat than they used to have, right? Up until, the latest patch, basically Argentina was really stumped in a lot of ways and bricked compared to what sort of roster units they can make. They really only had 3 trainable options. They had the Patricio with the barracks, which was like their musketeer. They had the artisanal cannon from their foundry, right? An early Age 2 cannon, right? There are some cultures, in fact, in Wars of Liberty that do get Age 2 forms of artillery, right? With the artisanal being the Latin American one, mule artillery being a Balkan one, right? So yeah, you essentially had the Patricio for anti-cav. You had the artisanal cannon to be a more expensive but very powerful anti-infantry. And then you had the Infernal with the stable, which it wasn't anything close to a Hussar. It was actually another anti-cav unit, right? So basically what you had was a situation where Argentina did exceptionally well against cavalry civs, but they did really bad against infantry civs, because, their musketeers aren't the best, and of course, to back them up, you're going to have to train these artisanal cannons, which cost about 150 wood, 150 coin. So that's pretty expensive, in the early game. It's not that elementary to do, especially if you have to pivot into them, because if you were planning at the start of the game to go just Patricio, and you decide, hey, I'm going to need some artillery now, you're going to have to shell out 300 wood for a foundry and then another set of wood plus coin just to get those cannons out, which is crazy. Now what Argentina can do is they can make the Escopetero at the barracks, so the Latin American early skirmisher, so the barracks is more well-rounded out. And they can get early access to the Escolta as well, through a card called Team Early Cuirassiers, which, do we have that card here? Nope. Fierro chooses not to use it, I guess. Yeah, unfortunately. He does have the other new card, though, Leather Cuirass, which gives Escoltas and Cholquieros more armor. Yeah. I like the early Cuirassier card quite a bit, because it gives you access to H3 heavy cavalry in H2, basically. So Escoltas, Cuirassiers, Ormo. Well, Ormo's a bit of a weirder case, but Honor Guards and Household Blues, all those normally H3 heavy cavs, otherwise known as assault cavs, will be trainable in H2 once you send that card out. Which is why I don't know why Fierro doesn't use that card, So he's basically going to be stuck with Infernals until he can reach H3, I guess. Which I guess is fine, There's nothing necessarily wrong with the Infernales, as long as you use them in the right situation, The difference between a Infernal and, your everyday Hussar is Hussar has a lot of HP, it has a lot of attack, and it's mainly geared towards fighting skirmishers and artillery, right? And how the Infernal works is, basically, it's an anti-cav unit. It's got a lot less HP, it's got a lot less attack, but it has multipliers against mounted units, pretty much. Yeah. And it has, hand armor, meaning it's basically meant to go toe-to-toe with hand cavalry for the most part, but it can be used to chase down ranged cavalry as well. So yeah, it's a bit of a difference in usage, and also, mind you, the Infernal is also a one-pop cav unit because of its lower HP stats, so you can mass them up quite a bit more than you could other hand units, for sure, that are mounted. And what are they aging up with? They're going to be going with the Polish immigrants. Polish immigrants are one of the more synergetic ones with the Argentines, because the Argentine economy in this game is really geared towards herdable economy, right? They get this special mill building called the pasture, which will actually train cows for free over time, right? So basically, the longer you have a pasture on the map, the more cows you're going to get out of it. And what the Polish immigrants do is their initial age up will give you some free cows, and then when you train the Polish immigrant workers called the butchers, when they're trained, they'll come with the free cow as well. So you'll see the villager come out as well as a cow that you can put right on your livestock pen or your pasture, since the pasture can also fatten your animals as well. So yeah, that's basically how you play Argentina. You start out sort of playing normal with the hunts and everything, and you try to work your way towards herdables through some very substantial cards. Namely, you need this card here, the Cimilones, which will give you one pasture wagon to make a pasture with, and it decreases the time it takes for cows to spawn at these pastures. And then you want to follow that up with this card here, Solideros, which basically means all the cows that spawn from the pastures, all the cows that do spawn from the pastures going forward will come in a semi-fattened state, pretty much, because before, basically the cows would start at like net zero food when they're spawned, but after saying this, they'll start about almost halfway to being fully fattened, which is a huge advantage, It's a lot less waiting time. And then this card over here, the Butcher's card, is pretty big because it allows you to gather from your herdables at a rate of 300% better. About 300% improvement, that is. And for those that have their eyebrows jumping on their head like 300%, what are these people thinking? No, it's actually canon. If you check out the British and the Fam Edition, they have a card called Fulling Mills, which has the exact same effect in Age 1. So the devs weren't crazy when they thought up of this thing, They truly weren't, It's basically a copy of what the British got, really. Yeah. And because of that, you rarely ever see Refridge in the Argentine deck unless they're going for super duper treaty late gamey stuff, right? Yeah, because basically Butchers handles all the stuff you would normally care about with Refridge. Since you really shouldn't be farming as Argentina, you should be eating steaks and hamburguesas pretty much for life from your vacas. Yeah. Other than that, though, this deck is very improvement based. You do have your reasonable amount of gaucho or villager shipments. You got your crate shipments. You got your frontier defenses to set up towers as needed. So not a lot of unit cards here, though. You got the artisanal cannon shipment here in Age 3. It's a bit of a booster, probably if you go semi-FF or FF, but that's about it. Germany this time is going pikeman with the Fleischlayer. This is a German pikeman. Its hand attack is pretty meager, I would say, but it makes up for being a quicker unit, I think it actually has a quicker rate of attack compared to other pikes, so it can be a ferocious fighter in its own regard, Doesn't use a pike, it uses a scythe, a war scythe, which gives it a bit of a different combat ability. Looks like what Fierro has done here is he hasn't gone stable. He's going to go a combination of Musketeer and Grenadier, right? He's started to train some of the Patricios, which are the Argentine Musketeers, and he's training battalions at his immigrant colony of the Danube Legion. These are Polish Grenadiers, and they work exactly like those Legion Piranhas we saw in the last game. They throw a grenade, and after the grenade is thrown, there's a 60-second cooldown where they'll start firing their musket, right? Until that cooldown ends, and then they can throw another grenade, basically. And what that does is it basically allows Grenadiers to be a good anti-infantry unit, but still be a one-pop unit, right? Because you really couldn't have like the old-school Grenadier be like a one-pop unit without it being too OP. But with the charge attack, Grenadiers, it is fair for them to be a one pop unit that you can train at the barracks instead of the foundry, right? So that was the idea. Because that's something I was talking about for years was, grenadiers historically were like regular infantry fighting in the formations, right? They were just like a more elite musketeer pretty much. And the way I guess they handled it here was they're like, yeah, they can throw their grenades still, but they'll have a gun and it'll be a little bit more part of the infantry army, right? Instead of being these special guys that sit there with their hands in their pockets and throw bombs all day, because that was a little bit inaccurate at the time. Looks like we got the Freischleier sieging on the train posts. And we got the volunteers starting to engage in some range attacks against the heavy infantry right now. These volunteers, by the way, have the same stats as the vanilla crossbowmen pretty much. Only difference is, of course, they're wielding a firearm instead of a crossbow. So that part is different, but when you look at like the range attack, the multipliers against heavy inf and the light cav, it's about the same, really, as the Legacy game. Yeah. In the old days, Germany, again, had Grenadiers instead of these, but devs decided to change it so they would feel a little bit more, I don't know why Masson basically removed the Grenadiers from the German roster and gave them volunteers instead. I think it might have came down to they were lacking something to deal with heavy infantry properly early on or something like that. I don't know. Or maybe a problem with Dragoons, I guess. I don't know. Something strange, basically. Maybe it was something to round out their skirmish versus heavy infantry options, I think, Because technically they had, a line of upgrades for the Landwehren and the line infantry, and they needed something else to go along with the skirmishers, so they just rounded it out with adding an early skirmish. Yeah. Here's those Infernales I was talking about. So these guys are mostly anti-cav. You really don't want to be going up against really any infantry with them, Really none of them, for the most part. Because, see, the way that Malices work for this new mod here is early skirmishers like these, they will have a malice against scout cavalry, whereas mid to late game skirms will have a malice against assault cavalry or heavy cavalry, right? And the difference between scout and assault is scout cavalry is like the hussar, basically. It's fast, it's got a lot of HP, and it's good for taking out skirmishers. Whereas assault cavalry has hand armor and normally some sort of advantage that makes it good against heavy infantry. So it's better for melee combat. That's the big difference. And Infernales actually don't fit into any of those categories. They only get the shock tag, right? So they're only cavalry, but they're not any special form of it. So that means that the malice on these volunteers does not apply to this unit. So they really are hitting these Infernales with the full 16 range attack, which is great for basically spraying them down very easily. Yeah. But is a weird twist because as you can see here with this musket unit, they have multipliers against scout, maneuver, and assault, which are slightly modified. This basically means that Infernales are immune to the multipliers of most musketeers that wield the bayonet, right? The only thing they suffer directly from is polearms like this, like the Freischleier, that deals the same amount of multipliers to all shock units, basically. Yeah, and the reason why that sort of change was made was there was a problem where musketeers were killing assault units way too easily, so there was a nerf, basically, to have the multiplier against assault units on the bayonet units be reduced a little bit in comparison to the ranged cavalry and the hussar-like units. So yeah, bit of a mathematical modification there. Yeah. The one thing I'm trying to figure out here is, like, is Cap going to stick into this, like, pike and shot style combo here, or is he going to go up to H3 at some point with some troops? Right now, he seems to be just be training in Hussars again, like last game. My question is the Hussar edition going to win him the game at this point? You know, it does seem like we're running into a similar dilemma as we did with the Mandalore game. Sakul basically bricked into making one unit class and then failing to deal with one of the very unit classes that Cap is able to make, right? Because just imagine if Fierro here was able to get some Escoltas or some artisanal cannons. He might have a more vibrant army setup there to basically deal with this variety of units here. While his Patricias might be able to hold off against Hussars, and they might be able to go toe-to-toe with these polearms, they're going to lose out pretty big against things like these volunteers here, which have multipliers against them. That can basically stack up pretty quickly against them. Because look at it right here. Look at all these units. Look at all these units. Like, a small army of Patricias like that, that's not going to be able to defend against that. I mean, you're going to need some real stacks of stuff here to be able to basically take that out. Yeah, now this was a good move on Cap's part. He put the pikes, or the war scythes, whatever you want to call them, into cover mode. This gives them 50% pierce, 50% crush armor, which, guess what? These bullets are only doing about half damage now when they're in cover mode, right? As a trade-off, it basically gives your units like half the normal attack, and they move a lot slower pretty much, right? But basically you turn into a big phalanx that's great for stopping cannon shots and, you know, the shots of at least musketeers. Skirmishers is a bit trickier, but certainly musketeer-like units that can meat shield pretty well. And that's why Cap was able to basically cap on that engagement there and take over the game. Good job, Cap, capturing the advantage. Absolutely. Very interesting indeed. So now we're going to check out the post-game, I think, and go over that analysis with you. Just trying to see where my OBS is here. Ah, that's an interesting view. Let me go down to here. So resources, yeah, this is the Germany problem you run into with every time when you're playing Germany. Germany always has more resources than you, so it's always an uphill climb. You either have to be a really good aggressive fighter to take out Germany, or you need to have a really good knowledge of cards, build orders, and choices basically to beat them out in the mid to late game, you know. It's really hard to fight a normal 1v1 H2 battle against Germany, because the longer they're in the game, the more harder it gets, not the easier it gets, you know. Because sometimes if two players are duking it out with each other, one of the players runs out of something, then they get a bit slower. Now with Germany, they can literally throw their mare houses over the map, and grab really any of the resources they want, you know, just because of their sheer villager numbers. And what happens if they get raided? You know, it's like nothing, because at worst, there's still going to be some villagers ahead of you back at home with a mill or something. So, I mean, Germany can afford to risk it pretty big, whereas Argentina can't, you know. Well, actually, they can risk it because they got mounted villagers, as you saw, and that means they can actually retreat pretty quickly. Yeah, they don't even have the cavalry tag that they used to have in the old days, because back in the ancient days when Musketeers were an anti-cav unit, I used to be able to chase down gauchos with them and use that multiplier against them. But I guess they removed that, so now the gauchos are truly non-cavalry that are also cavalry, you know? Cavalry without the cavalry tag. Yeah, so they're basically what, like infantry? Mounted infantry. Oh, yeah, they're mounted infantry, just like they call them in Definitive Edition for the Habsburgs, the mounted infantry. That's exactly what they are. So we're going to boot up the game again and go into game number 3. So what game number 3 provides us. See what game number 3 is. It's Cap German versus the Kaiser Belgians. No, it's the Kaiser Belgians and Cap Germans. So I'll find that one now in the listing here. It's got to be over yonder. Yeah, over yonder. Right there. Alright, so this time we got a team Belgium and Germany. Germans with the waffle people and the French fry people, and they're going to be fighting off against the another Germany, right? Yeah, that's a pretty scary idea. It's like, hey, I know I can't beat Germany, so I'll just play Germany and beat them with Germany. If you can't beat them, join them, right? It's kind of the story of all stories at that point. If you can't beat them, just join them. Yeah. Instead, though, they'll be teaming up with the Haitians here. A very spicy Latin American civ that can have some pretty cool tricks, I think. And you'll see that hopefully in this game, if not in another game where we see Haiti. Haiti's probably one of my more favorite Latin civs for sure, in terms of the way that they play. But anyways, before we get super started on this, we're going to have to look at the map. The map appears to be, based on the map size, I think this is ESOC Hudson Bay, which is basically a competitive version of Saguenay. In Definitive Edition, they just made Saguenay more competitive and just called it Saguenay. But here, if you want to play like a more competitive version of Saguenay, you have to do Hudson Bay. And if you want to be like Hishay and have a big giant map where it's super spread out, like peanut butter spread on bread, then you do the Saguenay. Yeah. Cool little facts. And let's learn some more little facts by continuing this match and seeing what these players do here. Yeah. Germany's going to be doing German stuff, and Belgium's going to be developing this frontier wagon. Yeah. Basically, at the start of the game as Belgians, you start out with a frontier wagon that can do a number of things. You got about 3 options with them. You can make a trading post with them, you can make an outpost with them, called a redoubt in this game, or you can make a saloon or a tavern, right? Most obvious thing to do is to look for a trade socket and start building onto that, because that's going to help you with age up times, with unit shipments, all that stuff, right? Because normally you have to spend quite a bit of wood to get a trading post, right? It's like 200 wood. But for Belgium, they make it easy. It's literally free, right? And it's going to be super free because every time you age up, you get another frontier wagon, right? So that means over the course of the game, we're talking like five of these things, And if you're doing FF or FI, you could basically take over a whole 4 trading post trade route, depending on how the route is laid out, pretty much, right? So yeah, it can be pretty tricky to deal with for sure. Fur trader hatcher to deal with. Yeah, certainly. And something else I noticed with Belgium too is they have a really diverse roster in this game, like a really diverse roster. More diverse than you'd think that it is, because not only do they have their native European units, they have native units, right? They can make African natives from their native embassy, which they can always build. Yeah. Normally the way native embassies worked in this game was you'd have to find a native site, and then you could build a native embassy to work with them, right? Around the map. But since the Belgians are always having access to African natives, they can always build the native embassy and use it, right? Now, certainly you can make other natives there too, but the African ones are always there pretty much to help you out. Starting out with distributivism. Why do I always get that wrong with my tongue? It's like distributivism. It's like a weird stuttering thing you do when you say it. It's pretty strange. It's technically English, but I don't know. It's in the gringo tongue, but I don't know. Is Cap sticking to like a similar deck? Yeah, Cap's sticking to the same recipe that he did in 1v1, just to show you that a deck like this can work in 2v2 as well, you know. Having a variety of unit shipments, but also some really good military shipments as well, you know. The one for the Jägerbusch here, the one for the needle gun that lets your musket shoot faster. All that powerful stuff, really. But let's see what the opponents are doing. That's going to be kind of curious. Yeah. So this is basically the way that Black Dragon does his Germany. He has all the villager boomy cards in Age 1. You know, he's got 3 settlers, he's got medicine, he's got this card here called Ruhrpolen, where basically you get all these Polish women to join you. Basically, you marry a bunch of Polish women. It's literally what it is. It ships 2 Polish peasants and then plus 2 additional Polish peasants for every 5 minutes of the game up to 30 minutes. So mathematically, that means that you can essentially get up to like 14 vills out of this whole thing, which is pretty good, you know. Especially considering Germany only has a villager build limit of about 84, right? So if you did want to have up to 99 vills, this would probably be your way of going towards that goal, really. And then you have this card here called the Hobrecht Plan. This is basically Germany's version of Virginia Company, right? Makes those manor houses cheaper and thus a good way to sling out all those free villagers, really. Yeah. And the way you normally Black Dragon does it is he starts a little bit slow and steady, and then he comes with these huge waves of like line infantry and cannons for the most part that he overwhelms his opponents with. But we'll see here if he can survive long enough against Cap, because Cap is the captain, and the captain will destroy you with the large aggressive attacks if you're not careful. Right. Yeah. Black Dragon plays nothing but Germany, I find. Pretty interesting. Whereas Cap can do multiple things. I've seen him go Japan. I've seen him go Austria-Hungary lately. Well, you saw that game with him as Austria-Hungary today as well as Ottomans. So Cap is a more diversified Wars of Liberty player, whereas Black Dragon is solely into that whole German-British thingy thing. Yeah. And let's see what Haiti's going to do as well, because this could be pretty substantial. So it looks like Haiti went with the German colony. Everybody goes German colony with Haiti, and I'm like, you know, man, why don't you go Arabs? You know, I like the Arab immigrants better, because Arabs actually comes with a trade wagon that you can turn into a trading post either on the trade route or you can ally with the native. So I think that's just a little bit more spicier than, you know, again, whatever sort of resource crates in the tower wagon you get with the Germans. Because the Germans' age-up bonuses at the start of the game are basically the same as the Governor General, whereas the Arabs, you know, they give you a whole trade socket, let you capture a whole trade socket and some additional XP crates as well, which you can put right into the colony, you can put right into your regular cards. It really depends, you know. But Germany certainly has their own advantages. You know, namely Germany has a immigrant skirmisher, they have an immigrant U1, so low HP, high attack, and then they have an immigrant Culverin mortar hybrid, right? Basically this really powerful anti-cannon that also has some really good siege values too. So yeah, good variety of stuff with these immigrants for furry sure. Furry catcher. Yeah. So who's this? Is this, yep, this is Black Dragon trying to put an end to this. Good maneuver by Rommel to take the tower out. Very good idea there. But it's too late now. Cappy is already capping on the moment and making line infantry, so he's got to be careful of this, you know. Let's see, does Black Dragon have enough res to start making his own, or is he still... he's got a pretty good stack right now. This could be a feisty situation. Yeah, he's starting to get the barracks down now. Probably going to try to get at least one more of the Mites Cairns down to keep up with the pop. Plus, get another free villager out of that. We'll see, though, because it looks like Cap has taken the initiative here, and it's going to be up to Black Dragon to intercept that. Does have a shipment of 6 line infantry to start, which will provide a bit of a defense here. Oh, wait a minute, another contingent of line infantry coming in as well. So it's not as light as I thought it was going to be. And Rommel right now is having to pivot to Escopetero, because Escopeteros are basically Latin America's answer to crossbowmen. Instead of having 16 range, they only have about 14 range, but they have a shotgun. So they shoot multiple bullets that go out in different areas, and they're really good against grouped up units, really. Which in this case, if you have a bunch of line infantry, the Escopeteros can indeed shoot through a lot of them here. See all those bullets flying in all directions? That's the power of these Escopeteros. They're just really good at cleaning out large groups of units altogether. Now we're going to see a bit of a push by Rommel and Black Dragon against this barracks over here. All the while, Black Dragon is going to be picking up market technologies to boost up his eco a bit, probably to get some more of those free villagers on the side. Question is, what is Belgium doing? I haven't really seen Belgium do too much yet. So Belgium is, it looks like they're going more of the H3 route, I think, if I'm correct. Yeah, they sent coin, and they are now sending wood. So where did all that coin go? They put into like technologies. What are they doing? So looks like indeed they ship their own line infantry as well to help out Cap, probably. Putting the wood on the front lines is never a good idea. I think you really want to put this wood in the back of your town center. Yeah, that's sort of why in the 5th edition they created 2 separate shipment arrival points, one for economic, one for military. That's exactly why they did that, because they had there was a clear problem in Legacy where you had players accidentally shipping their crates in the middle of the map to a point that they lost the battle. Their army could go in there and grab those crates themselves and basically would win them the game, you know. So in DE, you can set up a military gather point at one town center and then set up an economic one somewhere else that's probably safer. So yeah, a little bit of AoE 3 history for you. Here we go, Hussars. What is up with Hussars and Cap today? Cap is capping on every single game with Hussars. Who knew that just making a couple of hand cavalry wins you the game automatically? Go figure. Go figure. I never thought of that in a million years, that just making a few Hussars would, you know, trip everyone up. Like, oh no, what am I gonna do? He's got Hussars, and I didn't make anything for them. Looks like Black Dragon at least made something for him. He's got some line infantry there. Alright. So they're probably going to do their best to try to shoot these things out, try to take them out as soon as possible. And then they're going to be able to basically move on to the infantry at this point. Yeah, just way too many Hussars here. And to boot, you know, you're busy trying to shoot down the Hussars, and then the line infantry is right behind, popping bullets into you at that point. It's just a really overwhelming situation, you know. Definitely doesn't help that you're dealing with Germany, who again can mass up large armies and units like this, you know. While they're making Hussars, they can still be making line infantry too, and keep killing you on both fronts of the war at that point. Looks like now, though, Belgium is going to be adding in some additional infantry types, some of the volunteers, as well as the grenadiers, too. Yeah, Belgium can train grenadiers from their barracks. You know, that's one of their units in the roster. And a good number of other European civs can train grenadiers as well from their barracks, namely the French, the Italians, the Russians used to be able to do that, and then they took that out, and then Who are some other ones I'm trying to think? Swedes, yep, Swedes. Danish, yeah. Dutch can do it. It's a good variety. Yeah. And Rommel already resigned. Yeah. This is a cool mechanic that Haiti has now, where you have time to revive your villager here. You see how it says it's an unconscious villager or Savite here? You can pay some food to revive them. And basically, instead of the villager dying instantly, they'll sit here on the floor moaning and groaning about their kneecap. Like they, you know how the kids run around quick in the playground and they fall in the wood chip pile or something and start crying? Yeah, that's basically a Haitian villager. And then if you don't give them the lollipop within of food in like 20 minutes, 20 seconds, they just die, basically. Because they cried themselves to death, basically. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Good match by Cap. So Cap has won three out of 3 games today. So is Cap ever gonna get defeated? Is Cap ever gonna die? I don't know. Is Cap ever gonna get defeated here? I can't tell. He seems to be rocking this Germany out 100%. To the point of, wow, this Germany is a real menace. Big time. Huge. YGO Goat Molenia. Germany is a really strong civ and will well handled is difficult to defeat. 1v1 already. Gringo want venganza. Yeah, this is gonna be tricky to see who can actually beat Germany here. You know, Germany's looking like a really bonkers civ to have to fight. Well, I'll be checking through the rest of these games to see if Cap falls on his kneecap and gets defeated at some point. That'll be a question to see if it happens, though. We'll find out. We'll find out. So now we're going to be moving on to game number 4. I have to check in the Discord server what the file is, though. So the file is called Zerlato versus Reich. And who submitted this? It was Rommel. So is Rommel going to be the one doing Germany this time? Because Rommel also knows how to play a pretty mean Germany as well. And then there's going to be a Russia here on Isog, Arizona. So, whoops, pull that one up now. I'm going to have to go all the way to the Z's in the back of the menu here. And pull this one up. Just wait for this one to load here. And we'll have Arizona now. Just got to wait for that loading bar to complete. And let me do this. Alright, so is that... So Rommel's doing Russia, and Cap is doing Germany once again. So Cap is really rocking this Germany really well. He really likes the synergy of like the British style manor boom with the free artillery from the Krupps. But here's the thing though, Cap hasn't even really gone Age 3 yet to take advantage of those Krupp factories. He's been winning this fair and square in Age 2 with Musketeer line infantry spam. He really hasn't had the dip into the free artillery piece yet. I think once he gets to that part, you know, people are really going to start dropping like flies, you know. At least that's what I think. But, you know, it really depends. Maybe someone will get smart and just spam a bunch of culverins and scare them, too. You never know. So, the map here is Arizona. This is the little mini Grand Canyon replica, I guess. Instead of the Colorado River, you have the Colorado, I don't know, dirt road with trains and planes and stagecoaches rolling through it. That's basically the way the Arizona map works. And on each side, you got about 2 trading posts that you can grab. You also got some natives here too. You got some Apache natives, and you got some Navajo natives. So Navajo being your skirmishers, and Apache being your dragoons, basically. So good variety of native units if you want to use that sort of thing here. But we'll get started now and see who is able to come on top here. Certainly. Russia. So what does Russia do good here? Well, Russia in Wars of Liberty is very close to the Russia in the Legacy game, Only thing is the roster was reworked quite a bit, Sometimes in the event of renaming units, sometimes in the event of adding new units in, right? So basically, instead of Unstoppable Strelitzes, they get Unstoppable Strelitzes, not called Unstoppable Strelitzes. They're called Cantoness, right? And they also get access to the Partisans in this game. Pikemen, that's basically what Wars of Liberty renamed the Pikemen to, is the Partisans. So Russia, instead of having Halberdier-style units, now just has plain old pikeman spam, which works out surprisingly well for Russia because you get a food and wood unit in the Cantoness, which is a skirm, and then you can actually go pike and shot with them by backing them up with the Partisans. All the while, they also have access to line infantry, and they have access to the Plastoonis as well. So shock units, essentially. And then in terms of the stable, their stable is a little bit closer to that of the Legacy Russia. So they get the Cossack still, works the same. They get access to Dragoons instead of Cav Archers. So a little bit of a change in the paradigm of how their light Cav works. And then they get access to the Achronic, which works exactly like the Oprishnik, but it's a ultimate unit and thus is only available in Age 4 and beyond. But does get the Shadow Teching up to guard upgrade as a result of being an Age 4 unit, which, has its perks, basically. Yeah. So, mostly when you're playing Russia, you're going to be playing them the same way you would in Legacy, with a couple of exceptions, like actually being able to make some form of Cav, if you will, even without a stable. That being the Plastoonis. Yeah, and of course the pikemen, coming with their own sets of drawbacks and advantages compared to the halbs, Certainly you're not going to be able to go after things like you could with the halbs, like artillery or skirms, but pike spam, great for sieging things. You'll be able to siege a lot of structures if you take advantage of those partisan blocks with the Civ. One little mini bonus they gained was something called the Russian Winter, where if you siege a Russian structure like a house or a blockhouse, Russian Winter will be activated for a number of seconds, and you'll see these little light blue snowflakes develop under your enemy's feet. And that snowflake will basically slow down all the units pretty much. Yeah, essentially. Yeah, that's essentially what it does. And I'm actually going to want to check out this deck as well. Looks like we got 8 Plastoonis here. We got 13 Cantoness, 2 shipments of Cossacks, and yeah, so this is looking more or less like I would say a standard 1v1 deck for Defam Edition almost, yeah. Only difference is you got the Plastoonie option here in Age 2. That's about it. The only difference, I would say, for the most part. Got the Surovov reforms. This is pretty big because it lets you turn your Cantoness into the line infantry. As for Cap, I'm imagining Cap is going to be doing what he's done for the rest of the games, Same deck, same unit shipments, same crates, same upgrades, the same balanced deck concept for the most part, which I like, I like this, he's got really all the big cards I would consider, except for some of the ones related to Landwehr and artillery, I think. That's about it. But if you're just looking to go line infantry and SAR with the support of Skirm, this is good. This can help you. This can help you pretty good. Going with Kormat. Oh, the Statesman. Going with the Statesman. Interesting option. Basically, well, Statesman in Wars of Liberty is the same thing as the Governor General. So you get a tower wagon and then you get some coin. Whereas what Russia's going with here is the Artisan, right? So the Artisan is the same thing as the Quartermaster in the Legacy game. So you get about 400 wood. And just like in the Legacy game, that's probably the politician you're going to want most of the time when you can get it, right? If your Civ has access to Artisan, that's going to be the politician that you're actually going to want to go with, so you can, set up some pretty substantial fortifications early on and sort of train some of those wood costing units potentially. Just like Russia can, you know, we can particularly help out Russia with training Cantonists or Partisans. Yeah. And before we continue a match, I definitely need to put the light on this room because it's getting a little dark in here already. So I gotta keep up with that. Should only take 1 second. Nice. Finally, I can see. Well, I could see before, but it's going to be a lot less straining on the eyeballs if you have a little light in your room at this point. Certainly. I just wonder how Rommel's going to try to fight this out. Is he going to go with line infantry, Cantonists? Well, he's going to start by developing a Cossack shipment here. And that's going to be used for some sort of raiding. Yeah. A common theme that I see a lot of days with players that I've started to adopt is take the Cossacks and put them into defensive mode. Defensive formation. Because basically it turns your Cossacks into a very closely knit formation of an arrowhead almost, like a triangle. And what happens is your Cossacks will have a very easy time landing hits on the same unit, you know, because normally when you have your Cossacks spread out, one Cossack will bump into the other ones, and, you know, collisions prevents you from sometimes killing a unit. But if you put it into defensive formation, you're more likely to snipe out at least 1 or 2 villagers, depending on their distance to the town center. Right now, though, it looks like Rommel's just going the standard formation of a line here. It's totally fine for now, I guess, if you're just going. He is adding in some partisans, though, for some siege. My thing is, though, you know Germany's going line infantry, which they already have 10 of, by the way. Because, remember, Germany has the economy of the legacy British with all those free villagers from the Meitskern or manor houses, right? Yep, and Q number 3 coming in. So this is going to be a very large mass of, like, musketeers that you're going to have to deal with now. They even hit one thing. It's like these Cossacks, you know, were slipping on the deer meat or something, because they didn't even hit one villager there. And as a result, now Germany knows, okay, my opponent has hand cavalry, so that's my cue to start attacking him. You know, because if he's going to go Cossack and I'm going line infantry, that's an instant win for me. Now, I don't think he knows about the pikemen yet. I didn't necessarily see how far in the pikemen went. But if he knew about the pikemen, that basically is a sign to Germany, if they know their unit roles very well. Line infantry destroys pikemen, or partisan destroys Cossack, because it's hand cavalry. 2 things that it can counter. And that basically forces Russia to say, okay, what am I going to do? Am I going to... Well, what they're going to do here is they're going to send in a block of Cantonists. They're going to have to transition more to skirmish, or they can try to outnumber them in line infantry. But keep in mind, these are still Ruskets, right? These are not regular line infantry. These line infantry have a shortened amount of stats, right? They have slightly less attack, slightly less hit points than that of the other civilizations, because that's sort of the Russian theme of history, right, with their armies. You know, Russia always had a pretty easy time with its size, amassing people across the great empire into their ranks, but they normally weren't well supplied, right, and they normally weren't well trained, right, even in World War I, World War II. And that's basically the case here with this Russian civ in both Legacy and Wars of Liberty, you know. No problem massing up big armies of infantry, but they're going to be slightly weaker. Yeah, certainly. And just like with the Legacy Russians, you train them in blocks from the blockhouse. Blockhouse, get it? Yeah. Looks like, yep, another 10 Cantonists, shipping in 13 Cantonists over here. Lots and lots of Cantonists. I'm thinking this massive Cantonist should be good at some point to be able to go toe-to-toe with these line infantry, I think. Yeah. I certainly like how Rommel already has a group of pikemen already established, though. That's slightly good, you know. I think he's a little bit more prepared than some of the other opponents were today. Now, I'm a little bit worried, though, that Rommel is committing to this front here a little bit too early because he's already putting up his field hospital here. There's a specific reason why he's building this field hospital here. And by the way, Russian explorers can build these field hospitals. He's building the field hospital here because he is basically trying to not only heal these units if they get hurt, but the Russian field hospitals also boost I believe the hit point stats of the Russian units. So if your units are near one of your field hospitals, they will actually be slightly stronger as well. So that's almost like what the teepees do for the Native Americans, really. Nice little bonus, I think not everybody knew about. Question is, though, Rommel didn't even finish his, so yeah, he just deleted it. Like, you know, I'm not going to finish this thing, so I'm just demolishing it. Here we go again. Here we go with the Hussars. Let's see if Rommel learned something from the last 3 games. Funny thing, he won't learn it because I played these ones from bottom to top, so chronologically this match probably happened sometime before I even analyzed those ones. So, yeah. How can you learn something if it didn't even happen yet, right? Unless you can gaze into the future and go through a portal. A portal of Juanito Bonito wins and losses, basically. Figure that out. See, Rommel knows about the Hussars now, and he knows he needs to skedaddle and come up with something. Question is, what does he do? Does he train partisans? He's probably going to want partisans here. For the moment, he can ship in some more Cossacks, and then he could probably add in Pustuni. The Pustuni is assault, and actually has a bit of hand armor. So even though it's not strictly good against hand cav like the Hussar, it will at least be a bit of a buffer that can protect the units in the back of the line, right? So one unit comp I think I invented early on, once they started to nerf the bayonet's effect on the assault units, was I started to 2 armies of partisan with Pustuni. The partisans would slice through cavalry. They would also siege buildings very quickly, and then you would just spam armies of Pustunis to slice through any skirmishers that they had. And because they're assault, they would also be able to deal with certain numbers of the musketeers as well, and pikes. Especially the muskets, you know. The pikes were a real problem, but against musketeers, you know, the Pustunis could be very good, you know. There was that weird awkward phase in, like, planning out the bayonet functionality where they actually made it so line infantry had no multipliers against assault, and that was like a nightmare. It was like a disaster, basically, a total disaster. It was basically at that point like musketeers were singing ducks against them, and they were like, oh, what am I gonna do? I can't even, I got this big pointy stick at the end of my gun and it doesn't even do anything. You know, what's the point of having this big pointy stick at the end of my firearm for if it doesn't even act like a spear? Completely rewrites history, you know, rewrites why people use bayonets at that point. Yep, see, that's that defensive formation I was talking about. Once you get enough units, it looks more like a star, right? You got the 5 points on the star there, and you can send in this closely knit group, and because they're all closely knit, that means that these lances are more likely to hit individual units together rather than individually. Yeah.
Готов. Приказ.
Alright, so now oh, that was good for Rommel. The pikes went... Ooh, that was a good one. That was a really good one for Rommel there. Very good one indeed. Now he's going to have to retreat these Cossacks, though. And he's going to be going up to age 3 as well. Now we're going to see Krupp factories in action, I think. And how much wood does Cap have? He doesn't have enough of the Krupp just yet, but if he ships in... he doesn't have any wood crates either, so I don't know. We should be expecting Krupp factories at some point here, unless Cap is planning to just do Cuirassier and Skirm or something, which he could do. Because as you can see, Cuirassiers do appear in the German roster as well as the Skirmisher. Well, that's not so much of a surprise, but it certainly was, because for a long time, Germans didn't have skirms, they had Jaegers. Not the mercenary Jaegers, but the ones with the pointy Pickelhaube hats, you know, the helmets, the Pickelhaube, the one with the little points sticking out of it. And I guess because they don't have certain designs and textures for like a unified design for it, they had to take them out of Germany and just give them some regular skirms. Because the goal eventually is to give all the Germanic civs like Germany, Austria-Hungary, Belgian, I don't know about Belgium, but Dutch, Danish, Swedish, all the Germanic civs will have Jaegers instead of skirms, and then all the non-Germanic civs will have a unique skirmisher, right? Like, it's already the case, sort of, because France has the Charles de Cheval mounted skirm, Belgium has the Force Publique, British have the Green Jacket, Portuguese the Cazador, and then Spain will probably get the Chapelgores again, which used to be a unique skirm until it wasn't again. And you know, the Spanish roster was something that's been wishy-washy for a while, switching between different concepts and everything. Yeah. Good catch of the pikemen here, connecting with their target, you know, taking out a good number now. But unfortunately, the line infantry are grouping up with... But see, this is the trick, though. Cap did the swingaroo on you, and now you got nothing to protect these guys, and now you're completely toast. So you probably should have stayed in the base and tried to get out some more anti-cav units, I think. He's going to be going for Surovov reforms, but is it going to be enough time? You know, I know in Definitive Edition, when you see people do the Surovov reform strategy, it's a lot more graceful looking than this. You know, it's like a ballet dancer, you know, spinning around with their tutu on. You know, they just do it with such grace. But here, this pobre Juanito Rommel is literally having the units he's supposed to be converting into the line infantry again shredded at the very second he's trying to get the card out. It's like, by the time it arrives, yeah, you need to keep running, man. You gotta keep running, because the more of these units you get wiped out, the more of a waste the shipment is. Your whole build is big. Like, he's only gonna have like 23 dry, 21 veteran line infantry versus how many on Germany's side? That was a total blunder with the timing. You know, they say timing attack. Well, this was a good timing attack for Cap, but a horrible timing for Rommel, you know. You really need to make sure you got your Cantonist mass at full steam ahead when you send that shipment. Because if you don't, you're going to end up in this situation where Germany actually had more line infantry going into this than you did when you did the card. Actual rubbish, I would say. Yeah, that's the way it is. Yep. Resource advantage out of the gate. And in terms of count, Russia did have a bit of a bigger army, but, you know, it's Russia. The soldiers aren't that great. You need a lot of Russian soldiers to win matches, you know. You probably need, like, even more stuff. You know, he probably should have went Surovov reforms like a long time ago, and then backed it up with the 2 Falconet shipment, which, does he have that? Did he have that, at least? Let me find out about that. Because if he didn't have that, I mean, that's like... Yeah, he had right here, okay. Thankfully he had that. Alright. Because if he didn't have that, I mean, we'd be having a serious Rommel conversation about that. About, like, man, you gotta have your 2 Falconets in there, man. Because it's the most essential ship in the game. It's just like breakfast, you know. Breakfast, the most important meal of the day. Well, 2 Falconets, the most important card in your deck if you have it. The The one that really wins and loses games when it's done properly. Really, really is. Alright, so let me scroll up and find the next one. We got Peleando con Monos. Oh, so Rommel's playing with the monkeys. Oh, what monkeys does he have here? Does he have... He's got one playing Inca, so it must be Varengo, the Peruvian monkey, and somebody playing, yeah, another monkey. Alright, so let's try it. It's called Peleando con Monos. Playing with the monkeys. Hopefully no poop flinging and no bananas. Oh, so you got Bondar and Varengo. Those are the monkeys you got here. Okay. 2 monkeys. Yeah, monkeys. That kind of monkeys. Yeah, so you got a Haiti, you got a Peru, is that right? A Peru with Bondar. So Bondar's going Inca, and Varengo's going Peru. Normally, Varengo loves going Inca, so I don't know what's up with that. And then Rommel's going with the Haitians here. Oh, this should be pretty interesting. Yeah. So the mode is King of the Hill, right? At least it said so in the disc. Yep, here's the King of the Hill for it, right? Yep, and basically how King of the Hill works is basically you try to take over this fort for a number of seconds, right? And whoever captures the fort for a certain amount of minutes wins the game, right? And it's not like the trade monopoly either, because the clock does not reset. So if you capture it for 2 minutes for the, let's say you have to own the fort for 10 minutes, right? You capture it for 2 minutes, so the timer goes down to 8 minutes. Next time you capture the fort again, it will start at 8 minutes and not 10 minutes. So it's cumulative. It basically matters how many times you actually capture this thing, right? So yeah, it kind of makes it more spicy that way, because essentially you really do need to be aggressive in this game and constantly begin those seconds of capturing it to be the champion in the end, you know. And it's normally a mode the Juanitos Bonitos will do when there's not enough Juanitos Bonitos to do a proper team game, right? When you got 3 players, King of the Hill is probably the fairest way to play it out instead of doing a normal free-for-all, because when you do 3-player FFA, you got one Juanito on top of another Juanito, and then you got the Juanito on top of you, basically climbing on top of your burrito at that point, and you don't know what to do at that point. Yeah, pretty much. What's supposed to be a 1v1v1 turns into a 1v2 indirectly. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I think the last time we tried to do one of these King of the Hills, it ended up out of syncing. I hope that isn't the case this time. I would really love to do a full King of the Hill casting for you this time. Yeah. I don't know why it out of sync the last time, you know. It's kind of strange, you know. I'm hoping it's nothing coding related to the fort triggers or anything from that. Yeah, I don't think it will be, you know. We'll see, though. We'll see. Yeah. In terms of who can capture the fort for the longest, I actually don't know. This is a really contentious one, I think. I think Haiti has the most aggressive army going in, but Peru has some really interesting hit and run potential with their retreat bonus. And then Inca down here have a really good they have one thing, then one thing only: big pointy sticks. The huamacas, that's what I'm talking about. The big pointy sticks. That's all they need. Yeah, literally just spamming Huamaka can win you games, no problem. They get that same perk that Halberdier spammers get, really, but the Huamakas with the Incan economy, they can do it a bit easier because, see, the way the Incan villagers works is as their villagers gather resources, they also gathering coin on the side, right? So as they're working on the animals, they're also working on coin, right? So that way, basically, you don't even have to really worry about normal coin eco, really, because your villagers handle it for you, right? And thus, at the market, whenever you build a market, they don't have mining technologies. They just have upgrades to their coin trickle rate as villagers. Yeah. And another thing I should mention too, Incan buildings cost coin instead of wood. They literally build their buildings out of gold, I guess. It's kind of a messed up bonus, I think. Some weird relic of the Civ when it was part of Napoleonic era. This idea that the Incan buildings should literally cost money. Like actual, unless you're talking about paying the contractor to build the house for you, then yeah, it should cost money. But I don't think you can build a house out of pennies, quarters, and nickels and dimes, basically. Coins are for sticking in your piggy bank, not. Oh, I did it again. See, this. I think there might be something wrong with the code of this King of the Hill thing. Either that or Rommel needs to get a better piece of internet or something, Rommel needs to stop looking at the Juanitas Muy Bonitas when he's playing cough mode. It's costing him a lot. A whole lot. A whole lot. Really is. You gotta leave the Juanitas Muy Bonitas alone, Juanito Bonito, when you're playing El Juego. Exactly. There's a time and a place for Juanitas Bonitas, and it's not then. Yeah. Oh, it's Bruscamania. Hey, Paraguay win. Play it. Dale, play. If. GG. Who won that one? Do we know who won that one? Do we know who came on top in that particular one? I don't know. I don't know who potentially won that one. Would be very interested to know. Inquiring minds want to know who won that one, I think. Yeah, I certainly want to know who won that one. 100%. 100% though. What's the next recording called? It's called Canon Lovers. Canon Lovers. What is Canon Lovers? So lovers that use their cannons and put them together or something? Sounds about it. Sounds like a novel by MCMR in Eternity. Canon Lovers. I stuck my falconet near his culverin and we were happy forever after. Yeah. Written by Eternity and MCMR. Pretty much. Yeah, don't ask me where that came from. That's the Juanitos, that one. Only Juanitos can answer that one, I think. Yeah, pretty much. So, finally, we get some Paraguay gameplay. I knew somebody wanted this. Somebody asked for this. That Mania guy. That, Brusca Mania asked for Paraguay gameplay, and we finally got it right now. Wonderful. Hopefully he's here right now to watch this, because this is going to be the highlight of the stream for him. This is going to, give him shivers up and down his bones. Like, oh, we finally see the Juanitos Paraguayos, finally. Yeah, so this should be pretty good. And the map is Fertile Crescent, the crescent that's very fertile, right? The cradle of civilization where people learned to make bread and beer and, got drunk making the beer and drunk making the bread, all that stuff, basically. All that. So, overall, this map is pretty intricate, I think, because you got sort of three main sectors. You got the middle sector, Mesopotamia itself, and then you got this side, the opposing sides of the Tigris and Euphrates, right? You got this side over here, probably Persia. And you got this side here, probably, I don't know, Syria, or some random Iraqi desert stuff, And basically, these quadrants are full of mines and animals that you can help wall off by sticking walls around here, and you can wall it off around here. But unfortunately, you can't wall it that well around here because you got a trade route here, and you can't build on the trade route, right? Yeah, imagine trying to get a stagecoach to go down this road only for there to be some wooden house in front of it or something. They get into a stagecoach accident and their insurance rates would go through the roof, right? Yeah, I wonder if they, I wonder if they even have stagecoach insurance or whatever insurance it is, Camel Caravan insurance. Get into a Camel Caravan accident, bounce in some front of someone's house. Do they cover it or not? I don't know. Really depends, I guess. Yeah. Let's get started though. This is looking like a really interesting one. Yeah, certainly Paraguay is one of the most fascinating civs I think they have in the mod. It's certainly the first civ I really substantially started doing in multiplayer, other than the Zulu civ. It's because the Paraguay has a very weird way of doing things. Like, they're really big on giving you free stuff, free resources, free units. Paraguay is all about free things. The best things in life are the free things, right? Things you don't have to pay for, and that's certainly Paraguay, right? So the way it works is kind of interesting. They got these buildings called the works, the food works, the woodworks, and the coin works, right? And those essentially act like little mini factories that gather one resource for you. But similar to those Krupp factories in Germany, they do cost a bit of pop. So keep that in mind that you actually are going to have to build houses to build more of those works. At the same time, Paraguayan barracks and stables train a unit for free over time. For the barracks, it's the Primero de Linea. For the stable, it's the Aka Yobatai, basically. Yeah, pretty much. And those are both technically shock units, so cavalry. The Primero de Linea would be considered an assault unit, reminiscent of the Machitero. The Aka Yobatai is a scout unit, closer to that of I would say a Sawar, not even a Hussar, because it does have some sort of multiplier against skirmisher units, which basically Nagis, Sawars, all the Asian cavalry are good for. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I like Paraguay because having access to all that free stuff allows you to focus on your army more and sort of microing your way through your enemy, I think. Yeah, can definitely help out with that quite a bit. Certainly. A lot of interesting card options here, though. We see these two cards, the Orfible and Alta Cochina, as well as the Isolationism. These are basically boosters that will basically improve the gather rate of your works, essentially, for the most part. And then you get this card over here, Isolationism, which is more like a trade-off card. So basically it helps out the gather rate of all three of your works buildings a little bit, but at the cost of making trading posts extremely expensive. So if you want a trading post after getting this, your trading post will cost 600 wood. More expensive than a town center in Defend Edition. Who knew how expensive capitalism would become once you start to... Oh yeah, because it's called isolationism, that's right. Why would you trade with your allies if you're an isolationist? What do you think isolation means, man? It's basically shutting your windows, shutting your doors, and watching an unstoppable Stelezzi stream for 12 hours straight. That's what isolationism is all about. Exactly. Yeah. I would do it. Would you? Probably. Hopefully. Yeah. So we got Black Dragon here with Germany again. Not too much to speak about there. He's probably doing that same deck again. Yeah, looks... Yep, same deck as last time. He does actually have those... He has at least one of the artillery cards here, the Essence Style Work, that lets you make the heavy cannons at the Krupp factory. So that's actually something that I think Black Dragon certainly really does all the time, is he basically spam a bunch of line infantry. Then he boosts the heavy artillery spawn rate a little bit with the engineering school, right? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's quite powerful actually. So yeah, it does its job quite well. What's Sass going with? Sass is going with the almonds. And Sakul Fiello is going with Argentina again. As he is La Juanita Argentina. See? Going with the Pulse Wave like he did against Cap. Sask is going up with the Statesman. I'm surprised he didn't go Quartermaster because almonds get access to the Artisan, which is the Core Master for the 400 wood. I would certainly win with that because it lets you build a foundry potentially and work towards getting a rack, so you can go Abyss Janissary just like you would the Legacy Civ. Or you can also go double Barracks Janissary, you can add a stable and go Delhi. Yes, indeed, the Arming Cavalry, the Delhi, also exists in Wars of Liberty. They actually changed the Arming Cavalry from Hussar to Delhi a very long time ago before Definitive Edition did it, so yeah. Yeah, basically both. Well, here's the thing: Napoleonic era mod, Wars of Liberty mod, and Definitive Edition all trace their Ottoman designs back to a mod called the Ottoman Civ mod in Legacy, created by Predator. You know, he basically added all these doodads and new units to the Ottoman Civ and made them feel like a really unique Civ. And it was such a good project that, you know, the Napoleonic era team, the Wars of Liberty team, and then eventually the Definitive Edition team based huge portions of their Civ off of that design principle and that work, basically. So, yeah, Predator truly had a design that lasted the test of time, really, you know. Because if you can still get Ottoman Civ mod now, you know, and basically you'll see a lot of the stuff you see in Definitive Edition today. You'll see Delhi Kev, you'll see Humbaraces, Nizams. Those are all originally Predator Civ mod ideas and designs. Yeah, quite interesting for those who want to go into mod history for AoE 3. I've actually, I remember me and the Juanitos actually played against Predator in Wars of Liberty once, or a couple of times in King of the Hill, was it? Yeah. Predator was a very ferocious opponent. He was actually so good at AoE 3 that he could even handle the Balkan economy with the old crops. Like an expert, basically. And he was able to spam out huge armies of Dorobanti and overwhelm our field. And then he just shipped in the little bombards behind him and would win the fort easily. Really powerful opponent, you know. Cool if we could play him again at some point. Definitely was a very strong adversary. Yep. Oh yeah, Broscomania. You finally got the Civ that you wanted here, Paraguay. And I'm happy for you, and I'm happy for myself too, because I love this Civ. This is an awesome Civ to play. So it looks like France actually used their bakery card as part of something I call the bakery build with Paraguay. So basically what you do is Rumble didn't necessarily go for the bakery build. What he ended up doing was he ended up going with some other cards. But what I do is I'll ship one food work from the home city, which you can actually do as part of an infinite shipment. And then I'll get one woodwork, and then I'll get the bakery technology at the French immigrants to get 2 more food works, which is exactly what Rommel did here. And the point of the bakery's tech of France is for Paraguay. You basically get buy one, get one free, right? Normally you have to have 2 shipments to get 2 food works from the home city. Using bakeries, you get one and then you get another one, you know? Just like those weird coupons you get at the supermarket that you think are deals and they're really not until you look at the overall pricing and everything. Yeah, that happens. So be careful when you're shopping for food and stuff. There's some stores that put these titles like buy one get one free on the stuff, and then when you look at the pricing compared to other places, and when you get the final check, and it's like, oh no, this isn't really that much of a deal in the end, because you end up paying more usually because they get you with these nifty things. Or when they put something as buy one get one free, it really means that they're trying to get rid of the stuff and it might be old or something, you know. That's another thing too you gotta watch out for. Might be old and stinky. Who knows? Old and stinky tortillas from Juanitos Pobres, basically. That want to get the buy one get one free on them. Actually, Rom will win with an FF, which I'm pretty surprised by, but that could be a pretty substantial option here. Yeah. And because he's stuck to the French immigrants, he was able to get 4 French workers as part of the age up. I think that's pretty substantial. Going with Costrumbismo, I don't like that. He really should have gone with the Fundaciones first to get the ironworks out. This is the Paraguayan ultimate building. Basically, it will spawn rockets over time for free, called the Cohites. Same as the British rockets, but much smaller and much weaker, and thus less pop as well, I think you can train them there as well, I believe. Can you train the Cohites at the... I think you can, yeah. But mostly I just like to spawn them for free from it, really. The Ironworks also has a number of other techs too, mostly pertaining to artillery, but also to economy somewhat as well. Right, like they can increase the range on their Volantes, which is their version of the Culverin. They can get the hit points improved on all their artillery units. They can get an improved gather rate on works buildings, a multiplier improvement on the artisanal cans. It's a good variety of stuff, especially if you like working with artillery foundries. Looks like Black Dragon and Fiero are going for an organized attack of musketeers, not skirmishers. Caught myself in that when they were like, whoop, nope. Those are musketeers. Yeah. Does Sask have any Abyss gunners coming out? Yeah, he was gonna make Abyss. He got about 4 of them out, it looks like. But now he's gonna have to ship some more in, it looks like. But his amigo Rommel, the Juanito Fuerte, is going to have to come and save him now. Like Pobre Princesa. He's going to need his Juanito Fuerte to save him. We'll see, though. We'll see. That's some pretty good kite from Sass there. He's getting a lot of units down there for a lot of bang for his buck there with these things. Yeah. Particularly because Black Dragon is so occupied trying to siege stuff right now that it's allowing the Abyss Gunners to have more of a clean run, taking out the remaining Patricios here. Question is, will Sask retreat? Will he go to his allies area? What is he going to do? Yeah. So here we see some Legionnaires. These are basically both skirmish and light cav. Yeah. And why is that? Because, well, these are basically a refurbished version of the Rifle Riders from the Legacy game. Except instead of having any artillery multipliers, they basically just have strong multipliers on the assault tag and the heavy infantry tag. Yeah. And a really good range attack, If you know anything about the Rifle Riders, they had a pretty low attack, but they had a good rate of fire. While these basically have a really good range damage output, yeah. And Sakul Fiero for some reason resigned. Like Assaulti Juanita Enojada. Did he get Enojada because he knew that the Juanitas Muy Bonitas were coming to liberate Sask? Yeah, these are the Juanitas Bonitas here, the Vivenderas. And unlike normal skirmishers, they can actually heal your units with their Juanita Bonita powers, basically. Very powerful Juanitas indeed, because they can heal you. Yep, see here he's healing up his units. He's also going to probably heal up any of the Abyss Gunners that need healing. Yeah. I don't think they're as strong as the European skirms, but certainly their healing ability can come in handy sometimes. Here we got the Abyss Gunners slowly killing these idle units here. Of Question is, what does Black Dragon do though? Because his Juanito amigo Sakul Fierro has run away like a scared Juanito Argentina. Back to Argentina. So how's this gonna turn out in the end? Yep, should be pretty interesting though, I think.
Hazır.
Yeah, I think at this point they're probably just gonna give Black Dragon some time to like rebuild, mass up a bit. Yeah, which I don't think Black Dragon really has a problem with doing because most of the games I see, Black Dragon just sits back anyways and just builds up a bunch of stuff unless ordered otherwise, you know. So where is he in terms of his cards here? So he's picking up food, probably gonna get coin next and just go for that age 3. Start getting the Krupp factories, I think. Yeah, I can imagine that's probably the route he's going to want to go down. Where is he in terms of the Manor House production? So he's got about 6 more Mites Cairns to go. Certainly really building up his eco here. Yeah. Well, the thing is while Paraguay's economy is technically free to get going, you know, once they start building all those works, they do have a, what do you call it? They do have a really good. They have a really weak economy, I think, is what I should say. You know, because basically, even once you start getting upgrades at the works, which you can do, which improves their trickle rates even more, it's really not that big compared to other lamb civs that have more upgrade cards. You know, because if you look at Paraguay's home city, which I think we might be able to demonstrate here. They don't get a lot of eco cards other than the ones for the works, you know. I think they get Refridge, they get the Morena one, which is the Juanito version of Royal Mint, and then they get Extractivism, which is basically eco theory. That's all they get for like villager gather cards. Because the works is supposed to be your main economy. Put some water in my system, you know. I gotta stay hydrated, man. Gotta stay hydrated. But yeah. One other thing I forgot to mention too, if you're not used to the Paraguay civ yet, is the Coigua, their villager. It actually does a shotgun attack here with one splash, and they have like 30% pierce armor, which almost puts them at the tankiness of the Courier de Bois, which apparently you can get as immigrant workers with the French immigrants. Yeah, you can get the French workers here. These actually might be tankier than the Courier de Bois because they have 50% pierce armor. Yeah, that's like half. They're like resisting half the range damage. Yeah, that's pretty big. But they don't get a really good range attack though. It's like only 3 range attack, but their pierce armor pretty brutal. Yeah, I wonder I've had them survive so many times. Rommel's also developed his ironworks. As we can see, the Cojite rockets are coming through. Picking up this technology here, Steam Machine. This will actually increase the gather rate of all these works buildings here further. As you can see here, goes up to about 2.27 food. Yeah. Well, it went from 2.10 to about 2.27. That is because your explorer here, Andreas Dominguez, has a special property, a special aura, if you will, where when he stands near a works building, its trickle rate actually increases even further. Yeah, it's kind of a cool perk, really. Yeah, pretty much. And what that means is you really should be making sure that your explorer here is hanging out near the buildings whenever possible, right? If he moves out onto the map, he can certainly do things like a normal explorer would, like collect treasures, make train posts, but he's not boosting the gather rate of these works, which could actually kill you depending on how needy you are for those resources, pretty much. Yeah. And this is something I find really useful to do with Rommel, with Paraguay as well, is basically spam out a bunch of artisanal cannons alongside your cohetes. So you're basically getting a variety of different artillery units to work together because, mind you can only have up to 10 cohet rockets. They have a build limit, but you can make as many of the artisanal cannons as you can fit into your pop, right? So if you're going for like total anti-infantry annihilation, you could add some artisanal cannons in there with the rockets just to make sure you can spray down just about anything your enemy's going to make. And how many line infantry is this from Black Dragon, by the way? This is like, I want to see how many he's got here. It's got about 66, 64. Going after him with... So see this? Look at this big mass here going up against Sask, who really has no defense against it. Really? Rommel's going to get involved? I think he would let him fight the fair 1v1 here first. Then go after him. Funny how Black Dragon is still in H2 at this point. Yeah. Probably did it out of fear, I think, of what might come after him if he didn't. Breaking their way through the first set of units, but now they're going to get strung up, I think, by the Juanitas Bonita. Oh wow, Sal sent in a shipment of 2 bombards there, the Dardanelles guns. And yeah, that's going to be pretty powerful there. I think at this point they are basically going to be able to push on the Black Dragon pretty easily if he's down on... Yeah, he's down on resources now just because he's going to H3 to get some upgrades at this point. Yeah. It's got everything except for the Spandau Arsenal improvements, so his line infantry are going to be pretty strong. Also has artillery upgrades here, which is pretty big. It's got the heavy artillery attack here for the mortar and steel cannon, and then heavy artillery combat for the mortar and steel cannon as well. So yeah, pretty big emphasis on heavy artillery there. What age up did he go with? Oh, he got the, I think the Cornet. Yeah, the Cornet gives you Hussars. So now basically Germany has 4 free Hussars from the age up. Not that it's going to make a huge difference, I think. I think they're going to have to get like the veteran upgrade and probably no combat cards. So that's going to be a bit of a pooper there in terms of defending. At least you got Royal Guard Hussars though. The Tonkopfs. Also have the Royal Guard on the line and the Maykoffers. The Koiguas have a new portrait, right? They not. Basically, this portrait for the Koigua is the same one it's always had. Originally, the original Koigua portrait was just the man here, the hombre with his hat here. but because Jetlander wanted more women and stuff, he added the woman over here on the side here to represent the female Koigwa on this one over here at that point. Because you gotta have Juanitas Bonitas wherever you go, right? You can't just have a bunch of hombres by themselves, or else you're gonna have an MCMR and Eternity situation in your back closet, if you know what that is. Yeah. What's interesting too is these Humbaraces are one of the few remaining traditional bombardier style grenadiers, meaning these grenadiers still just throw bombs. They don't have the charged attack with the gun. They literally just throw nothing but bombs pretty much. So these are one of the last remaining sort of old school grenadiers you'll find in the game, other than ones like the Nafatoon for the Egyptians and a number of other ones. Yep, looks like that was a GG right there. First time of the day we saw Germany actually get defeated. Never thought you'd see the day, right? Yeah, no, well, Rommel's just a more seasoned Juanito Muy Fuerte Bonito here, and was able to perform a really good FF with the Paraguayans and then develop that into a really strong industrial age to get ahead of Germany. Because it looked like Sass was about on the verge of death there for a while, until Rommel came in and saved the day, forcing Juanita Argentina to resign for some weird reason, when they were experiencing a bit of an edge there at the start with the Puig presser. Big time. This sort of thing speaks volumes though. 120 units, but only a quarter of that kills. Whereas Rommel and Sask, well, particularly Sask only had 25 units and got this many kills out, and Rommel got more kills out than his units. So this just comes to show you unit numbers aren't everything. You can make a million musketeers and hussars, but if you can't use them properly, you're gonna just lose that match anyways, pretty much. And that's something you'll see too in like the arena scenario. That's why playing arena is good, because it teaches you really what sort of unit comps are good, which ones are not good, and sort of prepares you for that whole situation, really. Which comps you really should be going with overall. Yeah, so now we're going to reboot and go into game number 7. And let me see which one that's going to be. Let me pull that up right now in the Discord section. It's Cap versus Sass 1v1 OP game. OP game. 3v3 que se converticio en un 1v1 demasiado bueno. Map Indonesia, question mark. Alright, let's see that one. That one was a big file from what I saw, so this might be a really long one to do. Let me see how this one turns out. Yep, so I resign and oh yeah, because then I disconnected from the game, and then a bunch of people resigned, but Cappy and Sass stayed in. I think I remember this now. I remember this. Yeah, I think it was caused by like an internet connection problem or something that booted me out of the game. Yeah. And I'll take this off. Yeah. Just to recap for a moment though, recap. This is indeed the Indonesia map. And the biggest thing you'll notice about Indonesia is, well, you're in Indonesia. You're in a big island, right? And this big island has an island to the south, and then you got some land to the north here. I would point my thumb and say this is probably Singapore, really. You know why I think it's Singapore? Because you got the island here, you got the little mini islands around, and then this might be Sumatra down here, and this basically the tip of Southeast Asia right up here. But I might be wrong about that, you know. You'll have to inform me, soy sauce, soy struggle of Indonesia, Indonesians, about that one. Yeah. So basically on this map, for the most part, big thing you're going to do is grab a lot of fish and whales if you can, because that's only a bountiful thing on this map. You even start the game with the marathon catamaran here to basically do some fishing for you, as well as scout out the water as needed pretty much. And other than that, though, if you go into the map itself, you do have some starting hunts around you of these zeros pretty much, and I believe elephants. Is there elephants on this map? No elephants that I can see. No elephants in the room. Ah, yeah, here's the elephants. I found Dumbo. Here's Dumbo right here. Yeah, you eat Dumbo when you eat these. So yeah, there's a lot of opportunity on this map if you're willing to do it, for sure. And then you got some oh yeah, for furry sure. And you got the Sufi moss on you too to train additional elephant units as well. So yeah, this should be a pretty fun one. So when did they go in with here? So it looks like let me see what Cappy is doing. Cappy is doing Ottomans, and Sasuke's doing his best Civ Japan here. This could indeed be a very OP match to say the least, because I know Sasuke Japan very well, and he's really a formidable Japan. And then at the same time, I know Cap is a really formidable Ottoman. So this would be a pretty interesting duel to say the least, pretty much. And where did this church come from? Did they start the game with the church? Where did oh yeah, because he's Asian and Asians get the monastery instead of the saloon. That's right. Okay. All right. That's actually much better than the saloon, because the monastery trickles experience points. So if you're gonna play Japan or Korea or China or India, probably do it on either Indonesia or what was that other map in Southeast Asia? It was called Thailand or Burma or something. Vietnam? No, not Vietnam. What is it? Cambodia or something? That one in Southeast Asia that has the big river in the middle. I forget what it's called already. Should know this, but Mekong, something like that. I don't know. Yeah, basically it's the same thing. You start with like your mercenary training build. But for Asians, yeah, it's a monastery, so you're going to start trickling XP right away, which is a huge advantage, to Japan. They're already able to ship in their Heavenly Kami card and really start building up lots of shrines here. One thing to watch out for on this match, because this game was played on a 6-player size map, this might give Sasuke a giant advantage, because this means Sasuke's going to be able to scout on all parts of the map, basically. And, oh wow, Sasuke's going to use up the allied crates. Oh wow, Sasuke. Sasuke, you're very Sasuke today. You're grabbing crates. Oh, that's going to give him a huge advantage. Hopefully, Cappy does the same thing, right? Yep, he grabbed his crates. Okay. Alright. Yeah, because that would give Sasuke a huge advantage. Wait a second, though. How much res does, So Cappy's already aging up, and Sas probably going to do the same pretty soon as well. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's going to go after, United States crates as well. Quite interesting. Oh, yeah, this is pretty huge, because that means even more shrines are going to come out very quickly. This could be a very tight duel, to say the least. Most definitely. Alright, so you got the Toshugu Shrine over here. So basically, Sasuke's going to play it super greedy over here because he knows the map is very large. And even if Mexicali wants to go with the Jan Rush, Jan Babis, it's a very large map for him to carry such a long range attack on. So more than likely, Sasuke has the advantage to basically do a more boomy, greedy play like that. Yeah. Uses the smoke bomb to get away from the explorer. Very good use of the monk's abilities there. Quite good, actually. And it's going to basically try to run around this very large map now filled with all these Huns and get the best shrines possible out of it, which is a really good idea. Yeah. Built the Toshugu Shrine here to basically capture this entire hunt there if possible. What does he get now, though? Does he get yep, he's going to get wood. And then, probably coin after that, I would imagine. Yeah, that's the cool thing with Japan is because they can ship many of their cards twice. That basically means, yeah, you can get the same cards multiple times and get a really good variety of options, you know, like here. He can send like crates, he can send villagers, he can send Kie skirmishers, he can send the Shiguma musketeers, more cherry orchards. He can even send missionaries, which, because in Wars of Liberty they start out with function active, they will actually boost your Japanese units. Yeah, very powerful. Very powerful thing that they didn't do in Legacy. Yep, again the coin now is predicted. Again the consulate. So what's the consulate going to be? Is it going to be Portuguese? Is it going to be Dutch? Is it going to be United States? Or is it going to be the isolationist option? Yeah, because apparently they don't get the Spanish anymore. They get the United States as an option now. So yeah, they could basically make leathernecks, mounted riflemen, and Gatling guns too from it. So Japan can do Gatling gun spamming now. Oh, Portuguese, good choice. You know, it's certainly going to. The one thing Portugal does really well for with Japan is it helps their wonders become cheaper as well as their shrines. So it's a really good way to max out all your eco on the map very quickly. Most definitely. For villagers. Nice. So what's Armin's doing? Is Armin's gonna be going? Oh, this is a water deck, so Armin's are going for full water here. That's really something important to identify here, right? Because basically, from the looks of it, oh no, Japan's doing a bit of water as well. So it's not quite as one-sided as one might think, actually. Yeah, because see, we got a dock right here from Japan. While they don't have a lot of emphasis on their fishing in terms of the home city, they're definitely putting some fishing boats down to take all the fishing resources in their side of the water. That's which is really smart by Sask. You know, he knows that probably there's a big uh, ocean full of fish here to grab for himself at this point to make sushi. You know, lots of Japanese sushi and sashimi and all those other fish dishes. And he's gonna have to build them quickly because he probably took a glance at Cappy's deck over here and said, you know, you got schooners, you got rendering plant here. These are some really hardcore fishing cards here. But this is the other thing, though, that he's gonna have to be careful of because it looks like this is a fully blown water deck. You got the naval combat to improve the warship stats, as well as offshore support, which gives the warships more range and line of sight, basically. But you got this card here as well, the Infinite 2 Avisos. Again, it's infinite shipment of 2 ships, basically. Yeah. Quite powerful. And by the way, these light ships like the Avisos and R1s can also train your naval infantry, so like your sailors. Just another side little perk of having them. Armin's already ready to start getting gill nets at this point, whereas Sask just focusing on the age up at this point. Can't tell yet if he's gotten the gill nets either. Probably is going to have to get a couple more fishing boats to justify it, I think. We'll see what they do in the mid part of this game here in Age 3. Yeah, Sask is still aging up at this point with the cheaper costs from the Portuguese consulate there and the food anyways. Golden Pavilion, that's a pretty good next option there. Helps you to basically boost up the stats of your military. You can choose to either boost up your range units, your hand units, or speed, hit points, all that. Yep, definitely. Yeah, most definitely. So what am I missing here? I just saw somebody wrote something in the Discord. No, I was just checking something. Never mind. Alright. Yeah, because I was wondering if somebody passed me more games to do. Because, yeah. By the way, if you want to give me some more games to do after this one and the next one, definitely do that. Because after I go through this one and the R one, I'm going to look back to last week, to the ones I didn't get to cover last week, and then we're going to do those ones, and then, you know, just keep doing stuff until we run out of games to cast at this point. Yeah, that's sort of the plan. Really. Yeah, this is the one way you basically screw over Japan really badly is try to burn their shrines down as much as possible. And what a better civ to do it with than Ottomans. Because, see, the Ottomans get a special bonus in Wars of Liberty. They actually their units trickle coin while they're sieging, pretty much. But it only counts for, like, infantry and cav, right? If you try to shoot building with artillery, that won't generate coin. But if you're doing it with janissaries or hussars or delis or whatever, that will generate you coin. And the idea behind that is basically the Ottomans have a bonus called pillage. And they're basically, yeah, just pillaging something, you know. They're running into the Japanese shrine and pillaging everything. And they're taking out all the money, basically, to pay for more Juanitas Bonitas, basically. You know, or whatever the Ottoman equivalent is. Oh, Broscomania. If Strutsley, if you want to know how to pronounce Koigwa correctly, think of the word "yeah" in Chinese. So that's kind of like how the Y in Guarani is. Oh, so it'd be like Koihiwa, something like that. Koiwa, something like that. Ah, that's interesting. Just like Chinese. I don't know about Chinese though. I've never studied Chinese. I don't know how to say Tri Ming Tru Fa How Da in Subgum Chow Mein, basically. Subgum Chow Mein. Yeah. I don't think that's Chinese. That's probably American. Subgum Chow Mein. Yeah. Oh, that's basically the most Chinese gringos ever learned is basically going to their local Chinese restaurant and ordering a poo poo platter for 5 for themselves. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much it. I love Chinese food though, seriously. It might not be the real stuff and probably has a lot of MSG and added sugars and stuff, but I like it. It tastes really good. You know. I think the last time I had Chinese was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. It was some beef with I think spicy chili sauce and basil. It was really good. Yeah. There's different Chinese dishes I like. I like that. I like General Tao's. I like Kung Pao chicken. And let me think. Orange beef is good. Wusang beef is good. Yeah, and all the gringo appetizers that come with the two are nice, like the fried shrimps, the egg rolls, all that. Yeah, it's nothing I can complain about too much with the Chinese food. Hot and sour soup, I like that. Get that with every meal. It's really good. As long as they really make it hot and sour, that is. I've had some subpar hot and sour soup before where it wasn't really hot and it wasn't really sour. It was just sort of like a bunch of like ginger and allspice taste to it, but it didn't really reverberate too much in my palate like it should have. Yeah, pretty much. Picking up the veteran upgrade on the Gunto Riders, it looks like here at the stable. So yeah, he's going multiple units. Whereas Cappy, what is Cappy gonna do here? Cappy's going Janissary, and Janissary. Yeah, just what's that? Town center, barracks. So yeah, just spamming out Jans right now. Looks like getting the factories because he's in industrial age, just like Japan is. My question is will we see a World War One today? We might see World War One today. Who knows? That would be fun. You know, we haven't seen a World War One in a long time in our castings, and this would definitely be very interesting for sure. Furry Chinese noodle subgum chow mein sure. Yeah, it's definitely. Still making fishing boats. This water is really plentiful here for economy. Is Sass doing boats as well, or is he sort of tapered off of that? Yeah, see, it looks like Sass is sort of tapered off with the fishing. Oh, he just researched gill nets, though. He just researched the gill nets. How many fishing boats did he do? He did 1, 2, 3. Any more? Any more fishy boats? Did 1, 2, 3 here. Yep, that's it. Just about 3 of them. Okay. Not a whole lot of them, but certainly a number of them to grab some of the stuff in his immediate area. I just would be worried about not having enough of a war presence because Mexicapi clearly has a lot of naval-based cards in his deck to make his warships that much more deadly against him. So you need to keep some safety there for that. Going with the Maxim guns, very interesting option. Yeah. So here are the Maxim guns right here. These very powerful British Gatling gun mercenaries. Yeah. You can actually get these from revolts as well, but unfortunately all the revolts in the game except for the Haitian ones have been removed. So, you know, this is sort of the only way you're ever going to see this unit other than home city shipments, which a surprising number of civs actually gets, you know. Surprising number of civs can actually ship Maxim guns as a mercenary. So here they are right over here. Yeah, I mean, honestly, 22 range, not as long as the canal cannons, but certainly really good for spraying down large contingents of stuff, I think. Yeah, it's kind of odd seeing the Maxim gun with the Malice against cavalry, though, because I think the direction they were supposed to go in is that machine guns or rapid fire weapons were supposed to be good against cavalry, right? Whereas the non-rapid fire cannons were supposed to be poor against cavalry. That was sort of the design quirk they were supposed to do. Tempo reforms on the shrine was researched. Basically, the trickles on all their shrines is going to go uber high now, pretty much. How many eco cards did Cappy get other than his fishing stuff? Yeah, no Royal Mint, no refridge, just the eco theory. So if it comes down to land economy, then Sass would actually be in better shape. Because he's got the more substantial eco cards, I think. Just about. Picking up mercantilism. Why is he going to get out mercantilism? Is he going to just jump through all those naval shipments? Or those naval upgrades, rather? Could also pick up the artillery hit points, because that's something that actually helps you far later in the game with making tanks and armored cars once you hit the World War I Great War age, too. So that's another consideration for that. He switched to the Nizam Assasids here. Yeah, these are basically the Nizam's Fusiliers from Definitive Edition. Only in this game, they're basically just a replacement to the Janissaries, like, look at the stats. Like, it's really just a stronger version of the Janissaries, really. Yeah, pretty much. Good range and hit points. 12 range is good range? Really? What's bad range? Like 8 range? 0 range like a melee unit is bad range? Oh, yeah. Basically pull your scimitar out and start swinging it. Did he get all the Gensuis here? Or is this just one? Let me see. Yep, he's just got the one with the long mustache. Nagoka Gaishi. Yep, look at that mustache on that. Man, look at it. Wish you had a mustache like that. Looks like a cat. Looks like a cat. Looks like the whiskers on a cat. Is he a cat? Is he a gato? What is that? Catman? Maybe he's an anime girl cat. Before there was anime girl cats. Who knows? Could be possible. Now we see if the Maxim guns are going to be any good here. Wow, these are very powerful. Unfortunately, though, the Donalis gun is going to pursue it, but at this point, it's made it. This is a good trap by Sask here to go after the artillery now. Because I don't think the Nizams are going to be able to totally defend this cannon. Because it's just one, right? Yeah. Now the Maxims can come in to finish off the rest of the Nizams. You that's a good tactic by Sass there to win that battle there. Quite good, actually. Picking up some more of those advanced arsenal techs from the Golan Pavilion, which you can do as well from Legacy. What about the consulate? Is he sticking to, like, the, Portuguese? Yeah, probably, so he can get an easier Imperial, probably. Oh, yeah. Oh, Cappy's going Imperial. That's something to watch out for. Is he going to keep going Imperial if Sass pursues him? That'll be the question. Because what could end up happening is essentially what might happen is basically Sass comes in too strong on you, and then you don't have any way to basically defend against him. We'll see, though. We'll see if that ends up happening here. Ship. Yep, that's the cool thing about daimyos and gensuis is you can send your military shipments right to the leader right there. Yep. And basically these canals are basically more modernized versions of the flaming arrows. So they're flaming arrows without the flaming arrows themselves. You know, they're actual European cannons. They resemble the ones that the Hods get, pretty much. Going right for the base here. That's pretty big. Not gonna lie. Going for... Is he gonna get... Oh, here's a Danao's guns though. Ooh, let's see. He's got to retarget these canals though onto the bombards. Yeah, or else he's gonna get completely shredded. Oh no, he's shooting at the building. Oh no, that's bad. It's very bad. Very sad. Oh, but now he's got more cavalry though, so he is going to be able to mount some sort of an offensive here. Oh, okay. He's got another Maxim gun too, mind you, so I mean, he's going to be able to spray a bit onto these Jans here. Good move by Sask. Wow, Cappy is getting humbled today by Sask. Who knew that it would take Sask to do this? And he was supposed to be a Liga B Juanito, mind you, so wow, this is really good. I don't even know how Sask ended up in Liga B back in the Teresa days, because technically Sask can perform some really good upsets, I think, from what I've seen. Has to switch over to Abyss Gunner at this point, but then again, he's got more of the Gunto Riders, so that's, you know, that's going to be a bit of a stretch there, I think. Gonna have to ship in the Safahis now at this point. We'll see, because now he's gonna try to target down those... Oh wow, look at those Maxim guns completely shredding through the Abyss. Yeah, that's pretty big. But here comes the Imperial Safahis though. He's gonna have to get these Shigumas into a... Don't retreat, try to fight it. You should have tried to fight it and try to take out at least one of them. Yeah. What is Sask going to do at this point, though? He's not an Imperial Age yet, so what is he going to get? Oh, he is heading to Imperial Age now. He's going up with the Great Buddha, which will give him some chances to spy on his opponent. Should be pretty powerful here. I'm just wondering how this one's going to turn out, because that was a really good offensive by Sask there. It's going to force Cappy to do some sort of defense at this point. He's going to have to... He's basically burning through all of his food at this point just to get up enough Jans at this point. Technically, he should have won Imperial Nizam Sisids because those actually have better stats, I think. Yeah, better statistics overall. Oh, yep, these villagers are retreating. Well, these ones retreat in time. So any villager loss would be pretty substantial, but now Sask sort of knows about this, right? Yeah, he can see that. He can see it right now through his Buddha. But now he's going to notice that these villagers are going to get attacked. Training up another Gensui from his Shogunate. Switching allies, too. Switching allies as well. He's making some of his Joikisens. These are very heavily armored warships here. Here's the Joikisens right here. Basically look like frigates, but they have the little steam compartments in there. Oh, going after the artillery with the Mamelukes, that can be pretty substantial. You know, Mamelukes are pretty hard to deal with. Oh no, the cannons are getting obstructed by the hand cab though, which is preventing them from escaping as easily. That's unfortunate, yeah. All that distraction with the Mamluks though is preventing the cannons from targeting on the real thing that they want to, the Jans. Alright, now they can though. Going to be picking up the close combat to get some more HP on the Shogumas, as well as some really good multipliers against cav units like further Safahis or some Delis. Oh yeah, go in Japanese isolationism with Bushido principles to get blocks of 10 units when he's training. Quite good. Exalt the Gunto Riders, so focusing a lot on the anti-artillery aspect here, which I think is very important. Yeah. Let me get back to Sasuke. And what's Cappy doing? Cappy is getting some battleships here, some floating batteries. And the ships that Japan made were mostly the heavy ships, right? Technically, you're going to want to have some light ships to fight the siege ships with, because light ships have some substantial stats to fight the siege ships with. If he just sticks with the Jokusens, then basically flowing barriers will basically shell them down pretty easily. Go ahead and consult an Imperial upgrade on the Shogumas as well. Should be ready to go in for another push again, I think. Question is, where do they push in from here? Do they, so they're going to go probably around this area here, right around where they struck last time. Should be pretty good. I think the Shiguma and Gunto comp is pretty solid here, too. Nothing too much to complain about there. Yep, so yep, he has Bloody Harvest, so he might end up sending that if he sees any sorts of, Abyss Gunner spam there, because those are skirmish units. So he's got the Shiguma combat. Also has the Kie upgrade cards as well here, too. Yep, the Boar ship fights are already occurring here between the... This is a battleship, right? Between the battleships and the Jokushuns. Hey, you sunk my battleship. Lily sunk his battleship. Very aggressive indeed. Hifs Ramen? Is that what Ottomans name their ships? Osmanini. Japan is going on the attack now. Hey, this is a pretty big push here. Let's see what he can do, though. Well, the thing is the town center, of course, can deliver anti-ship attack against these siege ships as soon as they're on the coastline like this, so it's not exactly a clean assault by any means. How are these Shigumas doing compared to the Jans, though, is the question. Well, the Jans have more HP, but the Shigumas have more attack. That's the big difference, it looks like. And the Guntos are getting some good rating in there, too. Pretty serious, actually. Gonna be getting down to Factory? Ah, that's pretty big. I'm not gonna lie, that's very big, actually. All the while keeping the Janissaries plugged up down here. Should really try to... Oh, and then now these villagers are going to be put into play as well. I think Sask is probably doing slightly better here. Yeah, I mean... Where did he put his golden pavilion is up here, so it's a safe distance away from the... Where did he put his Toshugu, though? His Toshugu was, He lost his Toshugu... No, his Toshugu's up here, so that's also safe. Good job by Sask, basically keeping the Toshugu Shrine in the really safe parts there. Basically trying to scout out for more villies, pretty much. Yeah. This is a pretty substantial push by Sask here. Can Cappy keep up? Ah, looks like Cappy's actually got a really good stockpile res, though, so I'm a little bit concerned for him here. A little bit concerned. Yeah, I don't know how this one's going to hold out in the end. Could be quite concerning, actually. Beak time. Yeah, this is a pretty big, pretty big push there. Yeah, I think he's out ecoed at this point. Armin's just got a much better eco. Yeah, fortunately. Like Sask, he barely even has enough of a pot to pee in at this point to get enough of infantry at this point. Yeah, barely trying to get some Kies in there that aren't even at the Imperial level yet. Probably should have had some skirms in. Like, if he had a couple more skirms in, probably could have held a bit longer out in the Armin base. You know, now he's basically going to be forced to engage with the Guntos, and that's not going to go very well. Absolutely not very well. Definitely not. Oh, again, completely shredded there at this point. That's pretty serious, yeah. Yeah, it should be resigning a second at this point. Just gonna keep up with the army. Only thing that will keep Sask going for a number of minutes more is probably the map size, because it just takes a bit of time for those Jans to march over there. But of course you can build bracks closer and closer and closer, and then eventually be able to close that gap in and take the final blow. Yeah, just way too many resources on the Sask side. No Great Warriors by Cap, though. Kind of disappointing, man. Make some tanks and soldiers. Don't make Jansers, make tanks. Make tanks and planes and mustard gas bombs. Yeah. GG. GG on that one. Yep, once the Toshuga, once the Golem Pavilion and then the Shogunate goes down, Japan's no longer really feeling like Japan with all their advantages anymore. Really not. Yep, GG. GG. Well played on both sides, you know. Cap really made that clear in the Discord that that was a really good fight, and that's why he put it on here. How much of a difference was that? That was about 50,000 resources. Pretty big difference there. Not a huge, huge difference. I got the kills, though. Zas got some really good fights in there, it looks like, though, compared to Cap. Good statistics to always look at in every game. Yeah, so now I'm going to go into the next game now and reload, I think. I don't remember when I played this match. Sasuke's a good player, but his internet usually takes away his desire to play. Oh yeah, he's got infamous internet, just like Rommel does. The infamous Rommel McDonald internet, you know. It's like he could literally use his computer to grill a Big Mac and some chicken McNuggets with, you know. Basically. That's Rommel McDonald's Rommel McDonald's computer, basically. It's not good for good internet speed, but it is good for grilling your hamburger patties for your Big Mac and your quarter pounder on it. That's for sure. That's for McDonald's, Rommel McDonald, sir. Rommel McDonald. Not Rommel McDonald. That's such a... Makes him sound like a clown that... Just checking some message I saw in here. Let me check the Discord for the next game title. It's Black Dragon and Cap versus Tayeta and Sakul Fierro on Kamchatka. So it's going to be a 2v2 game. Alright, so let me look for Black Dragon and Cap versus... so it should be B. B for Black Dragon. Recording game is invalid. Let me see. Are you sure? This the one? No, it's not this one. I got the wrong one. Let me reboot the game then, and we'll find the other ones I was gonna do in there. I'll reboot it right now. So where did we pick off from last week in terms of the games that we were gonna do? Let me jog my memory super duper quick and scroll through this. So we did. I see General Shadows game. Durkap versus Saskis. Durkap versus Letzi Plask. Fertile Crescent, we did that. Manchak. Fertile Crescent, Blitzkrieg, Marones, I remember that one. Nostalgia in Mendocino. Danny 2 versus Scorsese versus Letzi, Kevin. Then we got Uruguay, Colombia, America, Ottomans. Sass versus Der Kaiser. Canada, Argentina, Central America, Italy, Gringoland, and Portugal. Tupi, Alemania, Central America, and Holland. Let me look at. I'm gonna pull up the browser super quick and see which games we covered in last stream, last Wars of Liberty stream that is, so we make sure we pick them up in the right order. Yeah, I'll do that super duper quickly here. You might hear a little audio warning, beep 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 beep, little audio. All right, so let me find that one for you. Let me see here. Go to live. Last one was right here. Nice. I'll just mute the audio there, super duper quick. So what's the last recording we did? I should be able to find it on here. So when did we do? Is that all talking? So that's when I started yapping. All right. Alright, so I just play from here. I'm watching my stream to see from week 5 what game we did last. So that one we did here was called Blitzkrieg. But did we reboot after that? Yep, alright, Blitzkrieg was the last one we did. Okay. Now I understand where we start off from now. Alright, perfect. Just need a couple of seconds to recap that. Or cap that, depending on if you're cap or not. Alright. So let me go down and... So Marones, let's do Marones. That's one we didn't do yet. Marones. And then if we have any time for any other ones, I can do some ones that I was in, maybe. Alright, Marones. Here we go. This should be a fresh one. Nice. So it's going to be Rommel versus Ringo Star here. Ringo Star. Alright. Veningo Star. Alright, so Rommel is playing Haiti. And Varingo is playing Peru, of course. What else would he play? What else does Varingo play other than Peru and Inca, which are just ancient Peruvians? What else does he play usually? Yeah. Yeah, most definitely. So, before we get started, let's check out the Mappy real quick. Mappy appears to be Hudson Bay once again, so Saguenay, but it's actually competitive in Legacy. Yeah. So, let's get started. This should be a pretty nice match here. So now we're going to see what makes Hades so strong in a 1v1, I think. At least if Rommel does it correctly. If Rommel doesn't do it correctly, then Ringo's going to get away with this Ringo tactics again and take a win from him, basically. So we'll have to see how this turns out, basically. See if we can pull something off pretty tricky here. See how this one turns out. Yeah, I'm just trying to analyze here something. So first we're going to have to see the deck that Hades is going to do, I think, to basically figure out if they're going to be able to do this push successfully or not. Because I've actually gone up against Ringo's Peru with Hades on 1v1 before, and I ended up slopping on it. I don't think I should have slopped on it, but I did. I think it was because of the map we were on. We weren't on a really competitive map like this. It was the Blue Nile. Have you ever played on the Blue Nile before? It's like, well, it's the Nile, but it's blue, basically. But seriously, you got, like, the Nile River, like, around here, and then up here you have, like, a trade route on this side of the map. And it's actually more square-shaped, more rectangular and stuff, because, you know, there's edges and stuff, and yeah. I think, though, on a real competitive map like this, though, Hades should do a lot better. So what does Rommel have? He's sending in the 3 villager shipment. He's got a lot of eco cards here. He's got gourds. It's basically as good as sustainable agriculture is, which for the Juanitos up here is called Apercedia, basically. As well as cigar roller. You got gourd. You got Gran Coco. Then up here you got Trojes, basically. So a lot of eco cards, particularly for food, but some for coin as well. Extractivism is basically eco theory. Now, this is an interesting card not everyone uses. It's called Marinage, basically, and it allows you to train native archers called Maroons from your barracks and your forts. So basically, you can train native warriors from your barracks, just like the old Iroquois allies used to do in the original Age of Empires 3, pretty much. Yeah. But other than that, though, you got the McCandle Plot, which is probably one of the best upgrade cards in the game because it gives your Musketeros critical strikes. Yeah, your Musketeros really have a chance of doing extra damage with their splash attack, which is really big, you know. Really big late game card, as well as Boyer Ordnance, which improves the stats of your infantry, cavalry, and your artillery as well. So all your units, pretty much. And then you got combat card here for hand units like Musketeros, as well as your pickets, your pikemen. So that's pretty useful. Got your ultimate building here, the Lacau. The Lacau is pretty interesting of a building. So basically, it gives you some pop. It trains your ultimate unit, the Royal Dalmet, which is basically a assault cavalry, but instead of being more like a traditional assault cav, which is mostly good against heavy infantry, this assault cav is more geared towards its special power, which is to have a chance at killing a unit and turn it into a Savite. So basically, it'll take a killed unit and turn it into a free villager for you to use, which is pretty cool, you know. It's like necromancer stuff, basically. Because that's sort of how this whole revived Savite thing came from. Because in Voodoo, of course, you had situations where people would die a witch doctor for voodoo would be able to take the person, turn him into a zombie, and they would find a person that died 20, 30 years ago walking through the village like nothing happened, even after they were clinically dead. And basically how it worked out is in a lot of cases they'd have to do some sort of job for a period of time, I think, where they'd have to basically be in a trance and do some sort of work, and then maybe they'd get to be free at some point and, return, basically. Yeah. Power of being a zombie, I guess. And it's funny how I do PvZ heroes now, so a lot of zombies there. They should have a Haitian zombie. That'd be pretty cool. Like a voodoo zombie. Had his voodoo powers to maybe turn one of the plants into a zombie or something. That could be pretty interesting. Yeah. I'm getting ahead of myself there. Yeah. Again, Marinage now, though, that's kind of an interesting play that I wouldn't expect, But, I mean, it's certainly a build idea I haven't thought of before. I guess what it could do is it could give you a chance to make a bunch of quick archers without necessarily needing housing space, because they're native warriors and they don't need housing space. So yeah, that might actually be a pretty interesting build idea, because I see he's going pickets right now. Yeah, and then he's going to add in these maroons next. Yeah, basically what makes these maroons really good is not only do they have a good range attack, but they actually have a pretty decent melee attack as well. They sort of do that whole capoeira martial art move that the African slaves do for the Brazilians, so they do those super high ninja style kicks basically, and they can do some decent melee damage as well. Like if they get into a melee with the Legion Puana of Varingo, that could be a serious problem actually. So he's better watch out for that. All the while, looks like Varingo went with Japanese allies, which it seems like he always does. Well, going Japan with Peru is actually a pretty powerful option, especially if you get their ultimate building here, the Guanera. Because what the Guanera is it's a water factory. So you get a builder ship, and that ship can build anywhere on the water. It could be all the way up here, it could be over here, it could be over here, it could be anywhere in this big pond, which is called the Hudson Bay. The very cold Hudson Bay, and basically it acts like a factory that can churn out resources that you decide on, right? Whether it's food, whether it's wood, or it's coin. And on the side, it has a separate queue where it will produce one of your ultimate units, the turret ship, which is the secondary siege ship that the Peruvians can make. Pretty much. They got the normal bombardas, but they get the turret ship as well. From the turret ship, they can actually train an ultimate unit sailor, the Guardia Marina. So a lot of stuff going on with Peru, really. But the reason why Japanese immigrants makes a difference there is because the ultimate empowered Japan, which I mentioned before, was what you get if you stick with one immigrant the whole game. It basically ships a second builder for your ultimate building. So you get to have two ultimate buildings, which means two factories on water. That is pretty big, It's quite substantial, actually. It means a lot of eco for you, as well as better combat on the water, because if one of your turret ships gets destroyed, because you can have up to two of them, that means that you'll be able to maintain two queues of turret ships at all times, which is pretty neat. Yeah. That way you'll be able to keep up with defensive attacks a lot easier. Oh, Varingo's going to be used in the Kree trackers this game. That's pretty good option, This is something that Toledo, the Ole Santiago hombre would do, basically. Is use some really good native warriors from the map, and Kree are certainly that, Look at the hit points, 300 HP. Very good indeed. It's funny how it just mentions on the line of sight in the range, when it's really the hit points that makes a difference with the Kree trackers. It's like 18 range is actually bad for a skirmisher, for like a late game skirmisher. It's below par, but it's that HP though, 300 HP. That's like 3 times bigger than the Bronero is. That's not even upgraded. Yeah, here though it looks like Rommel has added in some of his immigrant battalion units, the Batallo do Diabo. These are basically German immigrant Uhlans. So, as you can tell, low HP but high attack. One thing you'll notice about Yuan units in Wars of Liberty, though, that is not a thing in Legacy is basically Yuans in Wars of Liberty, because of their very low HP stats, actually only cost 1 pop space. So you can have double the Yuans you can Hussars, which gives Yuans a really good power spike to being really useful for the civs that actually get cav like them, which would be certainly anyone with German immigrants on the Latam side. Also the nation state civs like the Greeks, the Serbs, and the Romanians get their own variants of like Yuan style cav called the Marauders. Well, actually, Romania doesn't. They get their own sort of thing, but it ends up working like that in the end, anyways. But yeah, basically Greece and Serbia can make something called Marauders. They're basically just Yuans, pretty much, but they're Balkanized, dressed up like they're Greek, you know, like they're ready for Spanish pie or something, or moussaka. The idea to go maroons is pretty interesting, but I don't know if it's going to last very long here. We'll see, though. We'll see if it does last. Adding in the Escobateros, that was from a shipment, correct? Yeah. I do see the Mother of Revolutions card here, which is kind of an interesting one. It's actually a pretty useless card now, because it's not even a team card anymore unless everyone else is Haiti. Yeah. Pretty much, you know, because only Haiti can actually access revolutions now. So, I mean, they probably should rework that card temporarily to be more substantial to the age ups. Because the way I would do it is instead of affecting the revolts, well, they could still affect the revolts, but it should just be a non-team card, and it improves the normal age up cost by, oh, never mind. Everybody can age up. All right, what am I saying? I was just worried about the revolution effect being useless for everyone that isn't Haiti, pretty much. But there's only cards like that in the Age of Empires 3 world that work meticulously like that. So I'll leave it alone there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm more concerned with them releasing the Middle Eastern civs myself and getting more of those Great War Age technologies pumping out, honestly. Going for a siege on the trading post, but that will make you more vulnerable to range attacks from Peru. Backs up just in the nick of time, though, but they will maybe engage, maybe baby. C. Yep. A couple of shotgun shellings from those Escobateros went off into the Berneros. Yeah, but Ferengo's not going to stop there. He's going to keep trying to compete for this trading post here, because he knows if he loses it, it's going to cut down on his shipping times, which he really doesn't want, you know. In this sense, Ferengo is playing pretty closely to how Toledo would as well, taking up the trade route as quick as possible and trying to get those shipments out fast. Yeah, that's basically what Veringo's counting on, is Rommel's going to keep getting his unit's AI distracted by the building sieging, and then it's not going to be able to react with shooting at the Berneros at all. The thing is, too, is Berneros are actually a really cheap unit for Veringa to make. They only cost about 65 wood. Yeah, you don't even need food to build these, you know. If you ran out of hunts and you just had a bunch of trees, you could just make masses of these Berneros by themselves, and that would actually be something you could viably do based on their costs. And I guess the idea was is they'd be more massable with the Berneros that way. Yeah, sort of. What is going for Japan Wave 2, I bet. Yep. Is Rommel going to be aging up as well soon? No, he's going to be sticking to aggro. This could be the divergent point if Rommel doesn't keep up with stuff. But it does look like he's going to try to get towards that age up quicker using Oktoberfest here. The Oktoberfest technology from the German immigrants. It gives you a combination of both food and coin crates, which oftentimes can be a good version of an FF card, really, depending on what your current resource stockpile is. Yeah, one thing you'll notice with Ringo is he builds a lot of towers around his base. He's really good about turtling, you know. And he always includes the fort card as well and manages it pretty well. Yep, the fort. Once the fort goes down for Ringo, it's really hard to crack his Juanito nut open at that point. His Juanito nut. Yeah. Don't want to talk about those. The only person that cares about Juanito nuts are MCMR and Eternity. They love those things to death. Yeah. Definitely. Still training the Maroons. Can get up to 30 of them, yeah. I remember the build limit was pretty high. Yeah, that's definitely a valuable card then, for sure. For Maroon, sure. Oh, yeah, had to release that. Yep. Big gas. At least you don't have to smell that one. Yeah. Yeah. Just waiting for this Rommel to age up. Where's he going with? He's going for German Wave 2. Yep, German Wave 2. I mean, Germany is one of those other immigrants, too, that if you stick with them for the rest of the game, they can reward you pretty well, because they get an ultimatum called the 48ers, which when you reach the Imperial Age, you get about 2 factory wagons. And what you'll notice leading up to the factory wagons is, both in Age 3 and Age 4 for Germany, one of their technologies revolves giving you works buildings. So just like Paraguay has the woodworks and the coinworks, for German immigrants in Age 3, you can get a group of about 3 coinworks, and then you can get about 4 of the woodworks in Age 4. Yeah, basically. Oh, Mushateros, one of the solid units of Haiti. Peru gets Mushateros as well, but they can't make them beyond the veteran upgrade, you know, because apparently Mushateros and Escopeteros are classified as archaic units in this mod, since they're more like sort of like militia. And apparently Berneros are one of the few exceptions to that, because they can be upgraded to Guard and Imperial. Thankfully for Haiti, though, both of their Royal Guard units are the Mushatero and the Escopetero, so they can actually make really good late-game machetes and late-game Escos. Yeah, pretty much, you know. Most civs that get Mushateros can actually get Royal Guard or some other way of getting the late-game upgrades on them, which is nice. Only exceptions are Peru and Brazil, basically. That's about it. And even Peru gets some combat cards on 'em, so they're not the worst, you know. Yeah, pretty much. But Brazil's Mosquiteiros, they're kind of very humbling to say the least in terms of their actual application. Just about. Yeah, pretty much in that case. I'm actually after this game, I'll probably ping the Juanitos again to make sure that they send me the recording games of what they're doing, because I saw some Juanitos were actually playing some matches right now. So I'll make sure they record their games and they send me the recording so we can add even more to look at, which would be pretty cool. Yeah, or maybe we'll put them into next week. I don't know. Still going through this match, and then there's some other ones too I didn't hit on, I think. Did Veringo get his fort up yet? He got watchtowers, so these towers are up to their first upgrade. Up, he's got his Guanera. This is the Guanera. It's a big island filled with bird poop. Must really smell nice. You can even see the little birds flying around it, dropping all their bird poop everywhere. Yeah, it's called guano. Yeah, and I think they use guano. Isn't it used for gunpowder, right? For firearms. Yeah, if I recall. I don't know. I can't recall the history of why they use guano, the bird poop. I thought it was for like firearms. It's like those saltpeter sites in the campaign with the stinky elephant poop everywhere. Yep, here's one of those turret ships right now. And you can get a second one as well. It's got some of the immigrant units here, the Shotais, getting completely sliced and diced by the Mosquiteiros, though. Fishing boats coming out of the dock up here as well. Veringo's doing a good job of taking over this water since Rommel's not going to do it. Eventually we're going to see some sort of final conflict, though. Who will win? I don't know exactly. What's Rommel making? So he's got some unupgraded pickets. He's got full build limit of Maroons. Got some Mosquiteiros, some unupgraded Escos, and then the remaining Yuans here pretty much. My question is, what does he make in the end to go in for that final push? Because I would probably make some Yanettes if I'm Rommel. Because if you know your opponent's going to be doing Mosquiteiro, maneuver units like Yanettes, Dragoons, they have multipliers against these Mosquiteiros because they're actually cav units, they're shock units, they're assault units. So these are actually cav units. Almost think of them like coyote runners, but if they had splash. That's what these are. So a good way to shred these things is actually get a couple of Dragoons, and they'll shoot them down very quickly because of how weak they are being dismounted. Oh, Rommel's going to be doing the Las Juanitas Muy Bonitas otra vez. Sí. Más Juanitas Muy Bonitas. Yeah. Yep. He loves making Juanitas Bonitas because he wants so many Juanitas Bonitas so bad. Yeah. To heal him up. Heal his soul up. Definitely. Good melee there. Where are the range units at, Rommel? What are you doing? Those archers should have been right here. Now he lost the melee units for free, and now Ringo's gonna go after him with his full army now. Rommel, what did you do, Rommel? What did you do, Rommel? Rommel McDonald, what did you do? Rommel McDonald. You don't want to deal with old Rommel McDonald, that's for sure. That's for Rommel McDonald, sure. Oh, oh, Goat Molela. Janissaries are greater than Nizam as I said. In late games, still better. You can mass more Jans than Nizams because Nizams have two pop cars. Wow, why do they have two pop cars? That's messed up. For what for what Nizams do, they should be more than they should be less than two pop. They should be like a one pop, or they need to be substantially buffed up. That's the thing. Like they should have range stats of the Chorophylaxi back in the day when the Chorophylaxi was a normal Greek barracks unit. That's what they need to do. They need to definitely get on top of that, I think. 100% on that one. Yeah, definitely Nizam Sasid should not be that weak though. If they're a two pop unit. And Rommel should have totally not thrown all his melee units into the fray there, and he probably could have defended his fort. That was a big blunderbuss on his part. Yeah. Rommel Varingo didn't even have to make his fort. He was fine collecting his bird poop in the water, and he was able to win just doing that. Much better eco because he took water, and he had the Guanero working. Some major blunders on Rommel's military side cost him that, because I really thought for a second that Rommel could have combined those forces and gone for a substantial push there with the melee units and the Escopetero and archers in the back supporting them. Because here's the thing, Maroons, I want to review this. Can I review this? Do we have any Maroons left over here? I don't see any left. Let me find out. Do we have any military left? No, his whole army died, yeah. I was going to see if these archers are considered early game skirms or late game skirms. Because if they're early game skirms, that means that Macheteros, they don't suffer from any malice. The Macheteros don't have any malice to that thing. So basically those arrows would be doing full damage to them. And that could have been pretty good. So yeah, I think just Rommel messed up by throwing his melee units way too early out there for nothing. Yeah, I think that's what did him in that one. Now we'll be moving into the next game right now. I'll see which one that is by looking at the Discord. We boot this one up right now. I like people pressing the heart button there. I saw that when I was rebooting it. It's really nice that people love more matches. So what is this guy doing anyways? Is he like spreading the word of the Bible or something? He's talking to some white lady in a Juanita Bonita in a red dress. So what's up with that? Or is he like a cult leader or something? Yeah, hopefully he's preaching good stuff. You can only hope. Yeah, I'm gonna leave a ping. Yep, I just pinged them all to give me their recordings that they want them during the stream. If they want to give it to me for the next one, that's fine too. I just want them to basically stay on top of that. So I'm going to follow this up here and figure out where Rommel's. So, Blitzkrieg, Marlones, Nostalgia. So now we're doing Nostalgia. Alright. I think that's the next one, Nostalgia in Mendocino. So it's Peru versus Central America. That should be a good one. Let me do that one. And Mendocino is a very nostalgic map because that's where just about every Chorizo Muy Largo Liga is played on is Mendocino. So that's definitely one we have to hit on. 100% on that one. Let me do that. Here we go. Found it. Alright, let me see here. Okay, so it looks like we got, I'm just checking the graphics. I don't know, I think everything's fine. For some reason the graphics didn't look the way, alright. Okay, so, basically it's gonna be Central America Rommel versus Varingo playing Peru again. Because, Varingo loves Peru. He is Peru, he's the embodiment of Peru, he's the Peruvian spirit all in one. And before we get started, we need to look at the map. Map today is Mendocino. If you've never played Legacy in your life and you've just done Definitive Edition, this is basically a map you'll recognize as Dakota. But things are a bit different on Dakota. On Dakota, instead of these gorges here, basically, you got this elevated, like, canyon or, like, you know, plateau that represents this area that's elevated. Here it's sinking. But the idea is the same. You got these circular areas that you have to walk around. You got two trade routes. You got one on the left, you got one on the right. These trade routes, as you'll see, are pretty small, so you actually can abuse them really well if you get a stagecoach and eventually a train on them. Right, and then another thing you notice too is there's sort of like all these little quadrants in the map almost, right? This is like the one slice of the map, this slice of the map, this slice of the map, all because you got these little circles here that makes this part almost like a small pathway, right, to put a forward base. So it's really who owns this half, this one, and this one, really, in terms of like the overall net geography of it, pretty much. Yeah, most definitely on that one. Let me just make sure everything's good before we go. Hi, let's see. GG, well played. He's asking if they play Wars of Liberty 1919. What's Wars of Liberty 1919? What's Wars of Liberty 1919? Is that like a World War I scenario or something? Because if it is, I'd love to know about it, because I love Great War Age a whole lot in this mod. Yeah, most definitely. So let's continue though with this game, because I want to make sure that we're entertaining our Juanitos Bonitas and our Juanitas Muy Muy Bonitas with lots of excellent gameplay today. Keep them entertained and happy, you know. Happy Juanito is a good Juanito. They'll make you lots of tacos and burritos and give you lots of Juanitas Bonitas to take home with you. So yeah, you want your Juanitos to be muy feliz and muy contento for sure. For Juanito, sure. Yeah, so in this case, Central America is going to be a pretty interesting civ here, to say the least. Central America has a big emphasis on natural resource collection. These villagers of theirs, the Holnaros, have a special property where they yield more resources from natural resources, more resources from natural resources. Sounds kind of weird, but it's the truth. So basically, when these villagers are gathering, you'll notice when you're looking at the source, the animal's food gets shaved away much slower than the food that these villagers are actually gathering from it. So basically, these villagers know how to get the most out of their meat, the most out of their mine, the most out of their trees, and so forth. Yeah. And don't worry, when you run out of natural resources, this faithful Juanito compadre here, the Carretero, can actually construct more natural resources for you. So your Holnaros can really hone in on their best skill. Right, the Carretero can produce gold mines, banana bushes, and tropical trees. All three of those basically to get a good gather going, essentially. Yeah. Quite effective in the end. And also another thing that Carretero also does is he boosts the gather rate of your nearby Holnaros as well, no matter what resource they're on, whether they're farming or they're doing the natural resources stuff. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know what deck he's going to do, though, because he's got a couple of them. He's got Rancheros, he's got Nativos, and he's got Bananeros. Is he doing Bananeros? Ah, interesting. So what has he got in Bananeros? He's got Reglamento Hornaro. This is actually a really cool tech that actually allows you to build native embassies if you can't already, and allows you to train Hornaros from those native embassies. So basically, it's like Portuguese on steroids because you can have even more Portuguese boom without being Portuguese. Instead of, basically having to wait for a covered wagon in the age up, you can just build these little El Cheapo native embassy structures to get those extra villager queues going pretty much there. Yeah. This is a card mostly been playing around with, the Infinite 3 Pedrero shipment, because normally I like to get like fighting units, but 3 Pedreros is not bad because it's a substantial siege unit for if you're not going to be making a lot of artillery foundries, you can actually back up with the units you're training, which is quite good. It's a good thing to help you with the siege. And because Central America is really good with gathering natural resources, you see a lot of cards you might not necessarily see, like bimetallism here. Is it bimetallism or basically something with the Juanito coin there? You also got spice trade. You got this other cochineal farming. You got furrier. These are cards you don't always see in certain players' decks, but with Central America, they're a must because they'll always help you to basically get a good gather rate from stuff. And of course, you can add in Casa de Moneda and Refridge because those help you with all resources, not just farming, but also mining and berry/hunting as well. So this card's always going to be useful for you. Also, you got Rubber Boom. Even if you don't end up using plantations, it also helps you gather better from trees. So there's that. Yep. And here's the Ploneca. This is the ultimate building of Central America. What it does is it basically allows you to train units faster from it. So, your barracks and stable will train units at a normal rate. This building will train them at like super high speed, basically. A really good rate overall, essentially. Yeah. And then here's one unfortunate thing though. Basically, the Caroteros, you can't actually train these from the town center anymore. You used to in the old days when they worked a bit differently, but now basically they're only a support unit you can get from the home city. Right? Similar to the settler wagons for the Germans, really. The old Germans, that is. Yeah. Also, Central American units, they come in groups of twos. They come in like little banner armies, right? Just like with China, you don't just train Shukonus or Step Riders. You train both Step Riders and Shukonus together. That's the way Central American cards work. They'll contain a couple Lanceros, a couple Mosqueteros. This one will have a couple of Escopeteros and a couple of Pardos. They have one that has Escoltas and the Dragon Rojo, and then ones with units and sailors. So, yeah, if you like having multiple units in one card, Central America might be your best amigo, really. Certainly. I'm just wondering how this is going to go versus Peru, though, because I know Varingo's Peru is a pretty intimidating force, to say the least. Shipping out the Boneros first. That's something that Varingo has been doing since the dawn of time with Peru, is getting out very early shipments of Boneros and kiting around the map with them at a crazy rate. I remember in the old days, Boneros used to be a really nasty, cancerous kiting unit, and you would never be safe on the map because Boneros would always be there to basically wipe out whatever you're trying to do from the get-go, basically. And then as soon as you killed one of them, that speed bonus would go into effect and they would run off into the sunset and retreat from you. Well, the while we're almost going to be doing Moshitero aggression, it looks like. Yeah, this is sort of what Rommel does when he goes Central America. He mostly goes with Moshitero, really. Because you actually are somewhat limited when you're going with Central American units, because the way Central America works is you got 6 countries in Central America, right? You, obviously, today, if you look at a map in geography class, you wouldn't see a big place that says, oh, it's Central America, you know, the place between Mexico and Colombia. No, you got a bunch of different states. And the different nations you can get under Central America are Nicaragua, Honduras, El Salvador, and you can get Guatemala, Los Altos, and I'm trying to remember the other one. Yep, there's another one I'm forgetting about. But basically, 6 different Central American nations, and each of those nations for Central America in the Civ have a roster of like 5 units, right? So when you're ready to start training military in Central America, you basically have to pick a nation. And notice here how the flag changed in the home city. This means basically every time you change your nation in Central America, your flag is going to change. And yes, you can change to different Central American countries at different times to gain access to different rosters. And why does that matter? Why would you want to change your roster? Well, namely, some rosters only have certain units. Also, each Central American roster has a Royal Guard unit, which means if you go with all 6 of the Central American nations, you know, your Guatemala, your Los Altos, your Nicaragua, your El Salvador, your Honduras, and your Costa Rica, that's the other one I forgot, basically. All 6 of those, you can have up to 6 Royal Guard units and be able to do cool tricks like this, like slicing through Bonero. Look at them. They went out of bounds. He shot the Ringo so far that they flew out of bounds into the abyss. He banished them to the Shadow Realm. That's cruel, man. You don't banish Ringo to the Shadow Realm. That's kind of morbid, actually. Nobody should be banished to the Shadow Realm. He like spammed the taunt songs. Yes, 1950. Oh, nice. Oh yeah, the taunts. Yeah, I like those taunts. Yeah, yep. I always chat with taunts. You know, I always use 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 21 for laugh. I'll do it with people that haven't played AoE3 in years of me, and they're like, "Oh, sorry, I forgot what that means," and I'm like, "Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah." And then one time I did with someone I play AoE2 with, and he's like, because he thought it was another meaning. And then I told him what that meaning was. He's like, okay, alright, I understand. Yeah. Only something Age of Empires 3 players will know is the value of the different taunts, really. Yeah. Absolutely on that one.
Dígame, patrón. Épale. En posición.
Yep, trying to take out that train post.
Sí, mi general. Dígame, patrón. Enseguida. A la guerra. Sí, en posición. En camino. Enseguida. Hasta el final.
Oh, good fight on those Lanceros there. Good splash. Also, pretty good immunity there with the hack armor as well. How did he take that one out? Was that one such low HP? Oh, that's pretty disturbing. Well, yeah, you can actually get a card that allows your Central America Explorer to make Rottweilers. Yeah, you know what a Rottweiler is, right? Those very ferocious dogs that, you know, if you don't train them well, if you mistreat them, they'll basically, put you in a world of hurt, at least. Yeah, most definitely. I don't think I've ever seen one live. I never seen one in person before, a Rottweiler, but you definitely wouldn't want to deal with one, you know. I mean, you can train them to be good, but it's not easy, you know. They're natural killing machines, really.
Sí, mi general. En camino. Enseguida.
I know one thing that freaks dogs out apparently is when you're playing games and you hear dogs in the game bark. They think it's real and they go "Arr, arr," like that. It's pretty funny. Yeah, so if you have a pet dog, one way to freak them out is basically start playing a game with dogs in it like AoE 3 and they'll start going "Arr, arr," like that. Pretty hilarious. I've never had a dog, but I went over to someone's house and had a dog and played AoE 3 with them, and sure enough, the dog went "Arr, arr, arr," and started basically climbing up the stairs and trying to find the source or whatever. Thankfully, it didn't try to knock the mod or out or anything, but yeah, it was this experience. And then another time we did Black Ops, where you can send the dogs after your opponent, and those were some pretty ferocious dogs with some nasty barks at that point, and then the dog really went into a craze at that point, like thinking it was like going into fight or flight at that point. I mean, I didn't know it was going to happen, but sure enough, the dog freaked out. Started surrounding everything at that point. Yeah. Yep, all the weird things you learned about animals, I guess. Yeah, I'm just wondering here what Rommel's going to do versus these Lanceros, because technically at this point, Faringo could get these up to veteran status pretty soon. Yeah, doesn't look like Rommel has gotten any skirmish units yet, though, so the Lanceros are probably not a huge super duper threat yet. One thing Faringo can do, though, is get Unets. Is he going to get Unets here? He should just get Unets, I think. Unless he's going for industrial. It looks like he might be going industrial age now. Kind of a different strategy than he did in the last game. You know, last game he was much more cautious and slow, but now it looks like Faringo's going full throttle in age 4. He could pick up potentially to the last cartridge, which basically gets rid of that whole speed bonus when units die and it replaces it with an attack bonus. So units will actually deal more damage for a temporary period around an allied unit's grave at that point. Meaning one of your guys' graves, not your allies, your guys. Your Juanitos Peruanos. Tus Juanitos Peruanos. Yeah, yep, take that one out.
Escucho. Claro. Sí, señor. Voy.
Yeah, going industrial like I predicted. Going for third Japanese wave. I'm surprised he's going Japanese still. I think he should have went Irish here. Because Irish at this stage can actually get a really good card that gives them access to some maneuver mercenaries from their tavern. Yeah, basically it's a very powerful tech for the Irish at age 4 that gives you access to a pub, basically. Well, because the Irish are known for their pubs, right? Basically, yeah, they live in pubs. If you know anything about the Irish, right? Yeah, it's basically a pub. And of course, you'll have mercenaries there, and it adds a new mercenary. I think it's called the not the Zamarito. It's called the Fenian. Yeah, the Fenian mercenary. With the Fenian, it's basically like it's essentially a maneuver unit, like a dragoon. a dismounted Dragoon like the Eagle Rhino Knight. And instead of having multipliers against artillery or anything, he has really extremely high multipliers against assault units. Really high multipliers, like 5 or 6x against them, like really high, more than the pikeman does with its melee attack. Actually destructive. Yeah. Looks like Ringo also picked up Marianism as well. Basically what Marianism does, it gives you a +1 build limit on your church, plus a church wagon. Yeah. Because as you know, churches in Wars of Liberty actually trickle you experience points just like they do in Definitive Edition. So yeah, that's really a good thing to go for usually.
Escucho. A la carga.
Alright, here comes the Dragon Rojo. So this is actually a bit different than your normal Dragoon. See, normally a Dragoon in Wars of Liberty will have multipliers against the Assault class, so heavy cavalry. The Dragon Rojo is a total opposite. It has multipliers against scout units. So it's one of the only Dragoons left in the game that can actually deal hardcore damage against Hussars and Lanceros like this. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Yeah, who knew that the ability to use your multipliers against Hussars would be such a delicacy? Yeah, in Wars of Liberty land with the tag rework, that is absolutely a situation you run into. Oh, interesting. Double dojo now, yeah. So if you go for all Japanese age-ups up into the Industrial Age, you'll actually get a dojo wagon, which you can use to produce your Japanese immigrant units with, either the cavalry unit, the cavalry medic, or the Shotai musketeer. Yeah, so that's pretty cool, you know. Gives you some nice options.
Escucho.
About 3 of the cavalry medics. Just trying to see here how this late game setup will be. Yep, again, the fort now. Let's see where Ringo puts it. He could potentially try to put it either defensively here, or he could try to go offensive and put it right here by the gold mine, which would give him some access to coin there. That's the question. Does he go for the hyper aggro option, or does he go with the more defensive option here? the Danube Legion conscript combo is certainly good, but I'm just worried here because if Ringo is paying attention to his tag rework knowledge, he could actually just swap right over to his Skolta and completely curb stomp him right now. Because here's the thing, the Skolta is an assault cavalry, so it deals some pretty harsh multipliers against both conscript and the grenadiers. And the Dragon Rojos wouldn't deal any range multipliers against them, so they would only be pinging them for like 28 range attack, which is not a lot. It's really not. It's like as much as the conscripts are doing at that point, and it's like a 2-pop unit, so it's it wouldn't be that great to deal with. Definitely not. So Ringo did take the defensive option, right here by the cliff, Fort Good Hope. They gotta come up with some Peruvian name for these forts because I think they just copied them out of the British or the Americans. They need less gringo names in there, more bonito plano nombres in there. Yeah. Alright, and now it seems like going for the wood chopping upgrade here. I noticed that his wood was pretty scarce there, so he's going to have to get a little bit of extra wood. And taking out this train post. I think we're going to... I can't tell if we're going to have the final fight soon, or if this is just leading up to it. It's going to come down to if... I think if Varengo can pivot his army comp, his tags, over to what Rommel is doing, basically, here. Yeah, I think that's what's going to come down to in this matchup. So, picking up the Andean attack, this improves both Moshatero as well as the Bernero. Yep. This is a pretty large army for Rommel, though. I mean, look, it's like 100 and... How many units is that? It's like 35, 41, 60-ish, 63, 64. That's a pretty big army, you know. I mean, he could certainly be adding more as well, but for now, that's not bad. And he's what? I think he's Guatemala. I think he's Guatemala right now, I believe, or one of those countries. Because here's the thing: one thing that really throws you off with all these Central American countries is all their flags are blue, so it's not like they're like. You have to kind of get used to the details of each country, basically, to figure out if it's Honduras or Guatemala or Los Altos or one of the other ones, basically. Yeah. And, by the way, the Royal Guard units you can get with Central America, if you go with all 6 of the rosters at some point, is Moshatero, Escopetero, Conscripto, Lancero, Escolta, and the Dragon Rojo. All 6 of those, basically. And it's not really a power spike in stats, because the thing is, for Latin American countries, their Royal Guard upgrades don't actually give you 10% additional HP and attack. They make your units about 10% cheaper in resources, really. So that's just a little fact to keep in mind for that. And what does he have left on the cards? Because this is important too. He's still can send infantry and cavalry attack, and he can still send the artillery attack. Yeah. Also has the Palatineka as well. Yeah. The Palatineka would be a great choice here once you get a substantial economy. Yeah, the thing is, though, is Rommel hasn't even really sent any of these eco cards yet. He's mostly just been villager booming. He hasn't even started to construct any of the... Yeah, he has. Does he have any of the other ones around? He has one over here, and one over here. So about 3 of them. That's a bit of a blunder there by Varengo, unless he was trying to throw those units. Yeah, because he should have known that the Dragon Rojo deals range multipliers against those, which leads to a damage output of about almost 80. Even for a unit that has some sort of pierce armors, that can be quite serious, since that's comparable to Dragoons and the 5th edition, what they can do. Is finally starting to get some eco upgrades, like Refridge, but is also going to pick up the infantry cavalry attack. Something you should know about these cards is that they literally do upgrade every single infantry and cavalry unit you have in the game. So not just your regular roster, but also your immigrant units. And the reason of that is basically no matter what roster you're running, whether it's Guatemala, whether it's Los Altos, whether it's Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, or El Salvador, that roster will actually see the benefit of you using this card, really. And inadvertently, it means all your other strategies, whether you decide to do something with the Outlaws, which Central America is good at, or incorporate immigrant units like that of the Polish, the Confederacy, or the Scandinavians, will actually be substantial to you as well. And and it also means too that it actually benefits your World War I units as well, yeah, which is pretty neat, yeah.
Para su orden. La orden,
En
señor.
posición.
A su orden. Para su orden.
Dígame, patrón.
La orden, señor. A su orden.
En posición.
Para su orden. La orden, señor. Para su orden.
Dígame, patrón. En posición.
La orden, señor. A su orden.
Couple of Dragon
Su
Rojos.
orden. Voy. La orden, señor.
Dígame, patrón.
A su orden. Para su orden.
This is definitely a good strategy by Rommel to have like a nice cover, like some units here, some units here, some units here. So you have 8 units here. Yeah, Rommel is basically aware at this point of how sneaky Senor Ringo can be with his army, and he knows if I don't keep a cover around my perimeters of this wide map, Ringo could sneak an attack on me at any time, because over the... How long have I been playing against Ringo for? For about 8 years, right? I remember playing against Ringo right around the time the Peruvian Civ was released, about back in good old 2000 and I think 16, right? Yeah, right around 2016, because I remember my first semester at college, Peru basically came out. Oh, it came out in 2015. Oh, that's right. Right at the end of 2015, Peru came out. So Peru has been around for almost a decade. So I've been playing with Ringo for probably close to a decade now. That's right. The thing you'll understand, though, about him is usually he's really good about sneaking around the map and raiding you where you least expect it. In particular, this unit, the Bonero, back during the time when it had a much bigger movement speed and more range, used to be his primary weapon of choice to go out and raid you with. But now, as this has been more, I would say, watered down to being like a normal crossbowman unit, he can still mass them up in pretty good numbers, especially by their really cheap costs. Back then, Berneros cost a combination of food and coin, almost like a cheaper skirmisher, even though it really didn't justify that. But now, it's good against like light cav, and it's actually a really cheap unit. And you can see here, as he adds the last cartridge into his activity here with this, he's doing some pretty substantial damage of like 36 ranged attack, even before he hits like Imperial upgrades. Once he gets to Imperial upgrades, he's gonna have like closer to like 50 range attack going out, basically.
Ahora. Escucho, voy. Por el Perú voy. Por el Perú voy. Al ataque. ¿Señor? Sí, señor. Escucho.
All the while, he's going to be receiving additional groupings of these cavalry medics from these two dojos as well, you know. Dojos is probably one of the units not everybody knows about with Japan, because only a number of people who actually plays the original Japan Civ use dojos, but it can be good for the Latam civs who can get them through the immigrants, because, you know, free units is free units, you know, and it's not like a unit you can train for resources. Basically, it's only a unit you can get through the, it's only a unit you can get through either the immigrant colony itself or through these dojos, really. So the fact that you can receive them for free beyond, you know, your shipping numbers, that can be pretty good, you know. And here's the thing, even if you don't want to go with full Japan immigrants, right, you can still get one dojo alone in H3. And then in particular for Bolivia, who can also get Italian immigrants, you can get their technology in H4 that lets you get the Legion Agricola from their Italian colony. So you kind of have choices. You can either go 2 scout units for free at a time, or 1 scout unit with 1 maneuver unit, that being the Italian one and the Japanese one. So you got options, really. And that's one of the reasons why I like Bolivia's. Not only do they have like a good spammable group of like their Francotiradores now, because they're, you know, more or less the cost of like, I think they're a little bit more expensive now than crossbowmen. They used to be like 40 food and 40 wood. They used to be a real steal. Now they're a little bit more expensive. But yeah, that's why I sort of like them, because they had that, and they had the option again, both a free Dragoon essentially, or a free Eagle Runner Knight closer, and as well as like a hand unit. But now, but also, yeah, that's the thing with Bolivia. There's just so many things racing across my head when I think of them, you know, because you got the free unit part, you got the Francotiradore, you got the Royal Guard, Musketero, and Scoltas, which look pretty neat. You got the Native Warrior focus. Bolivia is just a really fun civ. Yeah. It's probably like a billion ways they can swarm on you. That's the thing. But it's also pretty fair and balanced as well, because they could have given them some really OP eco bonuses like Tejadas would have done in the old days with the design. But Bolivia takes a while to get off the ground running. You know, you really have to use those mining camps, those mining camp wagons with your Juanita there around the mine, to basically get that eco going that you're looking for. It can be, you know, kind of taxing to get that going, really. So where's Rommel in all this? What's Rommel doing? Because he's got a pretty big score here, and he should be able to beat this, I would think. I mean, the choice of the Dragon Rojos is certainly good, but what is he doing? Oh, he's rejoining the Union, so he's going to be switching to another Central American roster now. Problem is, though, he forgot to send Unionist Conference, because what Unionist Conference does, it makes the rejoining the Union about 90% faster. Basically, this would already be done by now. And it's sort of a good thing that you can actually still continue to queue units while this is taking place, really, so that's sort of good. But, yeah, if he really needed the unit that badly, he should have gotten Unionist Conference, and so he could switch over quicker, because now he's gonna get caught with this Juanito Pantalones down, and no way to really fix that right away. And now Ringo's gonna cap on that with this timing attack and hit him at the least convenient time possible now. Like, none of this stuff is going to be able to hold up to this, really, because, you know, the one thing that these Boneros do have is multipliers against the maneuver class, which basically means they're dishing out close to like 50 or so damage to any of Dragon Rojos, right? Zapotec's useless. All that other stuff useless at this point. Now Rommel's sitting there wondering, okay, what do I do now? Because now he doesn't... Oh, he's going to go... Wait a second. Did he just... No, he did switch to a different nation. Which nation did he switch to? I think he switched to the one that has real good Escopeteros. Right. He's getting Lanceros, though. Yeah. A little too late, though, because he could have gone... He could have gone with, I think it was... Costa Rica or El Salvador, one of those ones that actually gets Royal Guard Lanceros called the Sabaneros, basically. That would have been a good cleanup of these. And they would have actually probably would have done fairly well against the cavalry medics as well. Yeah, basically. Resources were almost neck and neck because Ringo's pretty well versed, as well as Central America having a good natural resource eco. Military, yeah, this is sort of the area at the end where everything fell apart for Rommel, and he really lost it at the end there. What about vills? So, Rommel actually had a good vill size when he got the Reglamento Holnaro here. Yeah. He really did. And then he sort of just lost it there at the end. Yeah, looks like it. Pretty much in that situation, yeah. Yeah, definitely there. So, let me check the Discord for, stuffs. Yep, so I don't have any new recordings in the server, right? Let me look through these because I might be able to teach you something. Might be able to give you a teachable moment on one of these. Yeah, I might be able to teach you a build order on one of these, actually. So, yeah. Let me do this one, actually. This is one that I already put on the channel, but I'll give you an analysis of it. Just so you can sort of learn. Yeah, I'll do this one. I'll teach you this one. Because I guess what we could do, too, like when we run out of the other Juanitos games, I could teach you sort of my build order stuff. So you might be able to replicate it. So yeah, let me boot that up right now, and we'll go look at that one together. It's a pretty quick game. Then we can go over another one too if you want. Let me pull the scenario. Nope, record game. And I have to pull the download down now. Then we can pull up the R1 later if we want to. Yep, and then I'll put that one in save game here so we can have a nice good old lesson. Nice. Because I really should teach you some of my build order stuff here. It would be this one here, yeah. Hopefully it runs. Alright, so I guess this is sort of school. Juanito school at this point. And I'm going to teach you one of my builds here. I'm going to teach you how to do Sweden. Alright? And basically it's me with Austria-Hungary. A civ that a lot of people are whining and crying about now. Like, They're too OP. They're too unbalanced. There's 20 hussars in my base and I don't know what to do. Yeah, so that sort of thing. And I'm just going to show you what I did on my side of Sweden to basically make whatever Cap was running with the hussars on Austria-Hungary even worse. And I forget what this map is called, but it looks like a big fat head for some reason with two little triangular eyes sticking out here. Yeah, kind of a weird, kind of like a doll head, basically. Yeah, but let's get started. All right. So basically, the goal of this strategy of Sweden is get up to a proper age up time and develop enough resources that you can go for a Beveringer allotment rush, as I call it. So why is it called that? Basically, instead of training the Beveringers directly from the barracks, you're gonna build a barracks, right? And you're gonna build a torp, which is what we call an annex building, because Sweden gets these buildings called annexes alongside their normal buildings, and the annex could be thought of as like an extension of the main building that has an additional purpose, but you can only have one of them, right? You can't have them at like multiple buildings. And so what the torp does for the barracks is it provides some population, so it's like a slightly better house, right? And then it has this big button called an allotment, which allows you to quickly ship in a large number of units for a combined cost of food, wood, and coin, so it's not cheap, very quickly. And the idea is that you're going to send allotments over training because allotments arrive a lot quicker, right? So to do that, you need to have a viable combination of food, wood, and coin. And to do that, you're going to have to understand a bit how the Swedish economy works in early game and to build a proper build order of sorts to handle that type of a strategy, right? So I've been playing around with different ideas and different timings and so forth, and I think it really does depend on map size, overall aggression of the players you're dealing with, you know, what the map is, the amount of players on. Because I think in like a 3v3 game, you're definitely going to be doing it different than you are in a 2v1, 2v2 or 1v1. So at the start, I do this card here, which is called Bairdism. It's a food trickle card, right? Same one as Legacy. And the reason why I do that card first is because, well, you don't get villager cards in Age 1 as the Swedes. You get something a little bit wacky called Land Mana Party, which for now is called Extra Units. You now get a free settler with every market improvement research. So this is something that depend on where you are in the game, if it's a big team game or a little team game, when you're going to actually send this out. So right now I just do Colbertism, get that food trickle going just so I can age up at a normalish time. If you want to look around at some of the other players, what they're doing is basically Rommel is playing Nativos here, so it's going to do some sort of potential native rush here with a bunch of the Central American native cards. So you got this card here, the Reglamento Honaro, as well as the Maya Blue. So, you know how the Europeans have this card that basically gives you an assortment of native warriors from each native ally? So basically what Maya Blue does is it basically gives you coin instead for each native ally that you got. So if, say, your map has 2 different natives, you'll be able to get about, I believe, up to 600 coin from that, right? So yeah, it's basically like having an extra shipment of coin here. But if your map has 3 different natives on it, it's almost like getting a H3 shipment of coin almost, just slightly under that. Pretty big, right? Pretty grande at that point, right? So yeah. And right now what I do after that is I get the card Advanced Torp, or at least I consider it. And basically what Advanced Torp does is it basically improves the allotment system even further. But before we get into that, I'm going to be going with why I picked this politician here, the Foreign King. What the Foreign King does is it basically makes your allotments 10% cheaper. Yeah. So I think normally it would be like 300 star in resources to get an allotment or something wacky like that. Maybe 290 or something. It brings it down to like 270. And then when you get this Torp card here, basically your allotments will contain more units, like bigger stacks of units basically. I think up to like 10 or so units, maybe slightly more. And basically that means you can swarm lots of what we call Beveringers. And Beveringers are Swedish musketeers, you know. You know how in Definitive Edition we have the Caroliners? These are totally different than Caroliners. So, Caroliners in Definitive Edition, as you know, they're basically like a musketeer that does its anti-cav damage at range instead of melee. In Wars of Liberty, the Beveringer is a hybrid between pikeman and musketeer. On the pikeman side, it costs food and wood, has similar multipliers, so it deals 4x against cav instead of 3. It has a high siege number, but it's also a musketeer, so it also wields a gun, it can kite units. It also has an additional property of having a fast movement speed, so it's good for hit and run tactics. A player that's not careful on their feet can really get kited by these things pretty well. Yeah. So what I decided to do here is, because I feel like I'll be safe enough in this more extended position, is I go for the Norland logging card. Yeah, this is really important because it makes one of our key buildings, the sawmill, which just the Swedish get, cheaper. It goes from a cost of about 350 down to a cost of only 210, which is like a huge discount. And sawmills are really important because it does sawmill stuff, but it also trickles wood, and it leaves behind crates of 100 wood over time that we can grab, which adds more wood to your stockpile. Another thing Norland logging does is it increases the build limit of it by 1, so you can have 2 sawmills instead of 1. Go figure. Now you can have lots of wood. You can have more wood than Woody the Woodpecker at this point. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and then I get the advanced Torp now because I'm figuring because we just came out a game against some other Juanitos where the aggression was really high at that point, and I basically didn't know, hey, am I going to get rushed out of the gate here? So I figured, let's get the advanced Torp now and get right onto it. I kind of wait till after I research the card to actually get the advanced Torp because, basically, I think it changes the proto unit in the UI or something, or it used to. I just wanted to make sure, hey, I'm not going to get some older Torp that doesn't have the effect I'm looking for or whatever and get gypped, pretty much. So I have to make sure I wait for that. And then now I build the Torp here. Yep, get that going. It's actually free to build now, which it used to cost a lot of wood. Now it's free, so it's pretty good to get going. At least in the UI it shows it is free. So here goes the house. Gives you a little pop to work with, and then here's what an allotment is. It's a Bevering allotment. Called the Commoners, as they say. Basically the draft. Yeah, like the USA's trying to get invoked again. Yeah. So here, if you send it with advanced Torp, an allotment will contain up to 11 units. So 11 ready-to-go musketeers that have a movement speed of up to 5. That is a lot faster than musketeers you probably know about. Its multipliers are really steep, and its siege attack is 32, which is really high for a musket, And I decided I'm going to convene up here with Cap, who's doing Hussars, just running around the map pretty quickly with all these raiding attacks. And why these Beveringers are a crucial part of this is because they have a high siege at 32, right? And if you can get a huge wad of these things in your opponent's base, these things will be very deadly to deal with. And I mean really deadly to deal with. You don't even know how deadly they're going to be to deal with. Because they're going to snipe town centers, they're going to snipe houses. The siege alone makes them worthwhile. But even against like units like infantry, they're going to be able to be a decent combative unit because you got so many of them. They're going to be able to go toe-to-toe with gunpowder against other muskets. I mean, they're not going to do super well because they're kind of on the weaker side in their gun aspect, but They can certainly hit and run to make it more favorable, and then when it comes to cav, they're going to be excellent. After getting the allotments going, I think it's time to basically start getting the land mana party here at this point, because I understand now not only am I going to want to have some of those more basic market techs like hunting dogs, placer mines, gangsaw, but I'm going to want to get the free villagers that comes along with that. So I'm getting hunting dogs here, gangsaw, and watch the free units roll out basically in droves at that point. Yeah, essentially there.
Var det din befallning? Ja, min herre. Order. Självklart. Till strid.
Let me trickle out some more. Here's another Bevringer allotment.
Ja, var det din befallning? Ja, ja, min herre. Ja, anfall. Redo. Till strid. Ja, Mr. Freeze. Till strid.
Yep, make another siege on this house here. Yeah, at this point, Italy went up to age 3, so they got some Alpini skirmishers. But don't worry too much about that, because essentially all you can do, what you can do here is just one target the Alpini one at a time, because it doesn't matter how much stats they got, how much armor they got, you can actually shoot them out pretty effectively here. Yeah, pretty much. It's quite good for that.
Order. Till strid. Redo. Redo. Ja. Var det din befallning? Redo.
Yep, keeping the market techs going. Even the ones like Grey Code and Blunderbuss will also give you a free villager, just so you're fully aware of that as well. At this point, I felt like, you know, I could just stick it out in Age 2 and just spam these for the most part. And then I also updated my deck a little bit to have some basic unit shipments of the Volunteers and of the Hussars. So not only am I going to be spamming out lots of these heavy infantry, I will add in a couple of Hussars and like skirmishes needed to sort of, you know, add a bit of an extra punch to it, really, in that case. And then once you're ready for Age 3, not that I will in this game, but one thing you do when you get to Age 3 is pick up the Advanced Roost Tail, which will basically allow you to get larger allotments of your Hussa Troopes, basically, which is your assault unit. Essentially like your Cuirassier, basically. It's like a weaker Cuirassier that you can upgrade pretty well for the late game, including a card to add a multiplier of heavy infantry. So it almost becomes like a hybrid between a Skulta and Cuirassier, both with a splash and a multiplier. Yeah, so it can be upgraded to be pretty strong, you know. Considering too that Swedes get like 3-hand attack upgrades for the most part on all their units. So yeah, Swedes can get pretty strong with their stats if you allow them to, especially in the damage department. So yeah, just I thought I'd show you this little build right here and how to pull it off. You know, in general, you're gonna want to get these Beveringer allotments out as quick as you can, because the more you can get, the more siege you're gonna get overall. Just so you're aware of that 100%. Yeah, basically. Yeah, and then if you want to, I can do the other lesson as well. After I look at the post game here real quick with you. Like, see, yeah, look at the siege I got. About 6 siege here. 6 sieges. That was quite substantial there. Yeah, I'll show you like the last lesson I got, I think, for the day on this one. Let me see. So it would be, yep, the one where I was Bolivians here. Yep. So this one is more or less sort of the same. We do sort of a rush game and we fight it out. Let me just pop that one into the folder super duper quickly, and I'll show you that one. Just have to restart the game to get into that one, I think. Yep. Do that right now. Let me pull that out right over here. This is the game, I think, the last game of WoW I did because I still had the Bolivian Home City open. Let me just see what that recording was called by Cap. Let me see. It was called Streltsy Bolivians. Alright, so I'll have to go to S. Streltsys. Yeah. It's called, there we go, this one. Yeah. Let me see here. So, yeah, basically it's going to be Ottomans and Bolivians versus Central Americans and the Gran Colombians. Alright, so yeah, that's basically what we're doing here. The map will be Arkansas. In Definitive Edition, this map is basically set in India. You have a bunch of Indian animals, and you got the Udasi sort of Sikh natives on it. Here you got the Cherokees, so you can train Elizabeth Warren, Senator of Massachusetts, pretty much. Yeah. Yep, pretty much. Yeah, but other than that, this map is pretty fun because I like this little water section here that you can walk across and you can climb up here to get these natives. And then down here you have a pretty easily accessible trade route as well. But other than that, the map is pretty open for attack, you know, minus the tree gatherings here. Yeah. So I'll show you sort of how to do a basic Bolivia attack in this lesson, pretty much. So Bolivia has a really nice way of performing rushes, both in 1v1 as well as in 2v2. There are certainly other ways we can play Bolivia properly as well, but this is just one sort of way you can pull it off, essentially. Yeah. So the idea is you're going to use this card called War of the Republicatas to enact a large native-style rush on your opponent. And you'll be able to attack with a combination of native warriors as well as population costing units. For the start, it's pretty basic. Just get your animals and start eating your turkey for Thanksgiving like I am right here. But you're going to want to send your cards in a very meticulous way depending on what the circumstances are, right? And it's going to depend on how large the map is, what your allies are going to want to do with the trade route and the natives. You got to communicate this stuff, you know, and you got to plan, man. So obviously in this case, the ally would be the Ottomans, and Ottomans always are going to want to require that, or Ottomans are always going to be required to grab at least one trading post because they're very reliant on ship and play, right? Even if they're not going to use Silk Road, they're still going to want to grab these trade sockets as much as possible here, really. So yeah, basically what you're going to try to do here with Bolivia is you're going to use this deck right over here. I think I called it Republicata, right? That should be active at any moment. And you're going to have two choices. If you feel like you're not going to need a lot of trading posts, you're going to send the 300 wood, 300 food actually, the 300 comida, because you're going to want a quicker age up time, right? No, you cannot ship villager shipments as Bolivia because your villager mechanic is a little bit weird with the mining camps. So the best you can do to get a quicker age up is just 300 food. right? If you feel like your map is going to have a lot of the native sites on it and trade routes, you're going to want to go with Mestizaje. And what Mestizaje is, it's basically the same as Advanced Trading Posts, only it gives you a improved build limit of native warriors as well, right? I don't think it actually gives you improved HP on your trading posts, but it will make them cheaper, and it will give them the range attack. So, in many ways, this is kind of better, especially for a civ like Bolivia that really depends on native warrior play, pretty much. So yeah, it's something I thought I'd mention to you at that point. So idea is try to get as many trading posts as possible on the transition up, right? Because we're going to need this card here called War of the Republicatas, and each trading post that you get is going to give you 3 Republicata Macaeans, right? But even though this card says it's a one-time muster, it is not a one-time muster. So even if you build trading posts after the card has been sent, it will actually give you those 3 natives, you know. So they probably should fix that description, or they should fix the card. Chicken or the egg sort of debate at that point. And after that, from there you can pick different shipments. You can send 8k Arunas if you're getting house, because this is a native unit. This is a native musketeer, so you will actually be able to ship this even if you don't have any pop available. Or if you have pop available, you can either send 6 of the Francotiradores, or you can send about 5 of the Mosqueteros. If you have a lot of food and you want a really good anti-infantry, take these Daza Grenadiers. These are a pretty decent Grenadier unit that can blast through their infantry lines pretty easily. And then if you're looking to go up to another age, I'd recommend you get a Roma conscription. It'll give you 4 natives, 4 more of the Kairunas, you know, just as another shipment you could use. And then if you age up, it's going to help you get better build limit of those natives, pretty much. Yeah. And then, basically, this card here is called Bolivian Syndicate. So, no matter what immigrant colony you pick for your first age up, or any of your immigrant colonies for that matter, it will unlock the ability to train filibusters from them. You know, the good old Confederate dubious intentioned Southern skirmishers, basically. Yeah. Bunch of rednecks, basically. Yeah, and you'll be able to make that at any of your immigrant colonies. Doesn't matter if you go Japan, Italy, or Croatia. So if you want to go with all 3 of the immigrant colonies, right, instead of just one, that means you'll have 3 places to train filibusters from then. And by train, I mean you actually train them directly for resources. Sort of like you would with Uruguay, you know. In the old days, it was like a normal battalion, but I guess the devs changed it to make it more of like a unit training, so it's going to cost, I think, about the same res as probably a crossbowman is, about 40 food, about 40 wood. And that's something I include as well, because their stats are actually reflecting of that of the nation-state early skirms, the Hajosi, or the Hajuks, basically. So they actually have larger than normal multipliers against heavy infantry, which is pretty good, you know. That makes them almost like fully dedicated skirms almost. And for having something like that alongside your normal roster and age 2 just gives you another option to work with, basically. Yeah, so I started out with 6 Francotiradores just to get some skirmishers out onto the field. And in the meantime, after I get this trading post done, I will start to get the War of the Republicatas going, so I can get my 9 Republicata Macaeans. And why is that important? Because Republicata Macaeans are a musketeer unit, much like the Caroline or Swedish musketeer, right, in 5th edition. It deals range multipliers against cav, right? So look at what Grand Columbia is going to do here. They're going to do Mosqueteros, right, which is a shock unit, an assault unit, right? So while my multipliers won't be as strong as they will against Scout, I still will deal range multipliers against these Mosqueteros, which would be pretty substantial overall, I would say. Yeah. Yep, so here comes the Republic Hate the Macaeans.
Maldito sea el soldado que alce las armas contra su pueblo.
Yep, and then after that I'll ship in Mushateros. For this particular match, I decided I'm going to train Mushateros because I noticed that, hey, a lot of my shipments are basically around anti-cav, so why don't I make a majority of my army cavalry, basically? So I'll have the Mushateros available to fight infantry with, and they'll go toe-to-toe with the enemy Mushateros, and then I'll just have like a bunch of anti-cav units here in the form of these Macaeans to support them. Looking here, you'll see that the multipliers are kind of around 20 or so against the Mushateros. Wait, so like a range attack of 20 or so against the Mushateros, which isn't bad, you know, it's not bad at all. Certainly against things like Hussars, it deals about 30 range attack. Same thing with Dragoons. That's pretty big, you know, that's pretty substantial, and that can certainly make a big difference for sure. For Macaean Sheriff there, yeah. All the while, basically, at this point, Cap is going to do a combo of Abbess, Gunner, Janissary, right? He's got the barracks going, and he's got the foundry going at this. Actually, no, he actually went for an FF, now that I noticed that, yeah. And he's actually going to start shipping some coin in to get the Mamluks, get some of the Falks, get the Abbess, yeah. So he went for an FF there, that's pretty big. And these Abbess must have came from the gunsmith politician, right? Because basically, there's no longer a marksman politician, but there's a politician called the gunsmith, which is exactly the same thing, you know. Exact same politician in its overall purpose. Yep, as you see right here, I really connected well with my Mushateros, and I was able to slice right into his Escopeteros quite well here. But then, out of the blue up here, you note that Gran Colombia here under Nicolas was able to get a very large mass in the Mushateros going and was able to come down right here to go for some sort of attack, pretty much, yeah. And then here comes the Mamluks coming in right now.
Şimdi daha iyiceyim.
At this point, I'm pretty much creamed at this point of most of my army, and then basically what's going to happen is Nicholas is going to come around again with another swing of units, start attacking me once again. At this point, something I did start to notice a little bit here was the fact that I was running a bit. I felt like Mushatero was not really behooving me really well in terms of the success, so I decided to sort of switch up my roster. So I decided I was going to take advantage of my floating food and start to train Pardos to deal with the Mushateros, right? Because technically, pole arms like the Pardo, the Pikeman, the Halberdier are the best thing to use against Assault class because its multipliers are through and through, basically. it doesn't suffer from a reduced one. And then with the little wood that I got, I would start to train filibusters, the really strong skirmish unit that you get after sending Bolivian Syndicate, which I already sent at this point through this card over here. Yeah. And then I was also start thinking about getting some food to afford this Daza Grenadier shipment as well, because, Grenadiers can be a really powerful asset as well when you're going for an attack. Yep, starting to queue up some of the filibusters. All the while, I'm going to start getting these Dazas going in. Yep. Yep. And then basically that's a GG at that point. Yeah. Like militarily, I got like second most kills. Cap did most of the work though, because he was really good with this combo with Jan and Abiskar there. At the point they was able to pull off a pretty good performance there. Yeah, basically. Yeah, let me see. Pretty much, yeah. Just noticed something with the desktop audio that was probably pretty quiet there, so yeah. Something we'll keep a note for next stream, yeah. So, who liked the stream today? Who liked the matches that we did? Did everybody enjoy what we offered today for our matches? I tried to get a good variety in there based on what everybody's sending me in the recordings, That's kind of important, yeah. Fortunately, we had a bit of technical difficulties today where audio decided to stop working altogether, and that was pretty sad. Yeah, fortunately, right, yeah, basically. Yeah, at least I hope that the audio stays intact now for next stream and doesn't go crazy like that, because if it does, I'm gonna, I don't know, I'm gonna send a nice email to OBS about keep making sure that stuff works, you know what I mean? Because the last thing you need to worry about when you're doing a stream is making sure, hey, my audio doesn't work and nobody can hear me, It's like, that happened once with another. See, the problem is every time I upgrade my OBS, it resets my microphone settings. And a couple of times I've casted games in DE or Wars of Liberty, and then somebody says, Moses on YouTube, and says, "Hey, by the way, you didn't cast any voice." And I did. No, I can't. And I look at it oh my god, did they reset my mic settings again? Yeah. Because, I got a mic on my laptop, but it's really bad. Astronomically, horrifyingly bad. Really bad. And I mean it, it's just, atrociously bad. You don't want a microphone like that. But the one I bought, based on J.K. Shaman over at Royal Clan, basically taught me what equipment to get, basically, to improve my streaming and so forth. This Blue Ice Ball microphone has been a godsend that has basically delivered pretty good audio. I mean, this is not, put it this way, it's not as good as, those fancy schmancy ones that someone like probably Mayo Cite Gaming probably uses, because he's got a lot of subscribers and money and stuff, or maybe someone who's like a VTuber or something can afford, but it's functional. You can understand the words coming out of my mouth pretty well. I'm able to balance out the audio at a pretty good amount that it doesn't blow ear holes, basically. Yeah, that's pretty much it. You know what I mean? Yeah, essentially. You know, yeah, definitely. So yeah, certainly something we're gonna have to make sure we do for next week, though, is make sure that some of our Juanitos get us lots of more record game saves. You know, I certainly had enough today to do some stuff, but if we don't get as many record games as next week, I think, or a little bit more, might have to do another type of stream on Thursday, like maybe Age of Mythology again or something. You know, something like that. You know, that'll sort of be my rule of thumb. I think if I don't have enough to do a Wars of Liberty stream with, I'll do AOM or AOE2 or something. You know. And that's the thing too. I would love it if we could get some more Blackwing style players to give me their casted AoE2 games, and maybe we could get one of those streams together. And I could go into not Open Age, but Capture Age, and you know, go over that with you. That would be pretty fun. You know, yeah. I would even buy the premium version of Capture Age just to you know, be able to have access to those advanced features and learn them just for you. That'd totally be something we could do. But, you know, I'd probably wait until after I hit the 1,000 sub mark and I'm getting paychecks from YouTube to do my content, to start putting some more money back in for my equipment, you know what I mean, and my software. So, yeah. I don't want, yeah, basically, you know, being, you know, programmer and all that, you make enough money to live off of and to eat and stuff, but it's, you're not a millionaire, you know. You really need to worry about paying bills, especially in the weak economy right now and stuff. You definitely need to consider that stuff when you're, you know, the day-to-day and week-to-week and month-to-month stuff. So you can't go out and shell out crazy amounts of money on subscriptions on things. You need to make sure, you know, hey, can I afford this month and all that. This mod works in AoE 3 Definitive Edition. No, it does not. Don't try it. Don't try it at home, kids, unless you want to code it yourself. That's the best answer I could give them. If you want to program it to work in, Definitive Edition because you like programming, you're good with XML, be my guess. But it's likely not going to be ported there for a very long time because it takes a lot of time to do. And we're right now dealing with the mod team that just wants to get it off the road running on Legacy because it's a lot easier to code it there because that's where it's always been. You know, you don't realize until you know, work in the software engineering industry to really understand how hard it truly is to port code over to new platforms, you know. I do, you know, a lot of web development work, and company wants to basically change to a new platform and all that at some point, and you know, that takes time because not only do you have to train all your workers on the new technologies, on the new APIs and all that, but you know, just moving all that old legacy code over to the new thing is it's easier said than done, you know. So yeah, I would guarantee if Wars of Liberty team wanted to like port their game over to DE, that would take at least multiple years to do, on top of their current schedule of getting the stuff out on Legacy. Because here's the thing, they would have to make a tricky decision if they would just stop all development on Legacy just to port it to DE, you know. So for the sake of keeping Wars of Liberty alive and stuff, I think any effort to port it over to Definitive Edition would need to be done while it's still being developed on Legacy, you know. And then once it's fully ported over to Definitive Edition, it's stabilized, right? It's stabilized. There's not a lot of errors, not a lot of problems with it. Then you could probably start to look at maybe moving it over there. If and only if, I think. Anything less than that would probably not fit the bill, I think, you know. That's what I'm basically saying with that one, is I don't think that Wars of Liberty would fare very well if it just gave up all its operations just to move it to the Definitive Edition platform. Because look, Age of the World does not get a lot of gameplay, right? Age of the World is just like Wars of Liberty, you know, just without the maps and the Great War Age, you know. It has a lot of Civ with a lot of mechanics and features, but you know, it's popular. It's got traction and viewership on channels that cover it, like me and Iron Kaiser, but and Widgie, of course. Yeah, like all the significant D3 YouTubers have covered Age of the World at this point, I think, but it just doesn't get a lot of gameplay. That's the problem, you know. Like, you could literally name on the fingers of your hand, I think, the number of people that consistently play Age of the World multiplayer with each other. Like me, Blondie, or Lauro Neto, Deadly Interval, Mr. Merlin. Let me think of some other ones. Goblin Master, Code Fender. You know, not a lot of people. You know, Maxi, I think, has done it before. Who else? Gomistan has done it before. Gomistan has done it before. And a number of other ones, you know, basically. You could, like, literally count on the fingers of your hand, basically, how many people have played Age of the World multiplayer for extended amounts of time, you know. There's certainly some other ones that have played from the Wars of Liberty community on occasion. I would say on occasion at best, like Aladdin. Topak has played... Aladdin Topak has played an Age of the World game with us before. Of course, MCMR and Eternity were part of the first ever recorded multiplayer gameplay of Age of the World. They were the first ones to ever do that. So, yeah, you really need to look at basically when you're talking about, you know, how big is moving to DE in terms of marketability. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Yeah, 100%. Yep. Yeah, it's a lot of marketing stuff, basically, you know, because at the end of the day, doesn't matter what game you're modding for, it's all about a market, right, and advertising, and how substantial and advertised your mod is going to be in said community, right? Because if your mod isn't going to get the reach it's going to be, you know, you're never going to get the recognition that you were looking for, and maybe even the payout, you know? I mean... Wars of Liberty, yeah, that's the other thing about the Wars of Liberty team. Now that I think of it, they don't earn any money from Wars of Liberty. You know, nobody earns a profit from that. You know, it's not like Maston or Maxi or Pep or any of those developers actually comes home at the end of the day with a paycheck saying, okay, husband or wife, I had a strong day at work coding the next Middle Eastern Civ for WoW. That's all voluntary passion work, basically. Yeah. You know, like, honestly, like, once I get to a point where I'm, like, monetized on YouTube and stuff, I'll honestly be, like, one of the only technical paid people who does Wars of Liberty that gets paid for it. You know what I mean? None of the developers will, but I will be, just for doing videos on it, doing live streams, collecting ad revenue from YouTube. That's basically it, you know. That's really it, you know. Just about, you know. Monetization, you know. That's the only real way you'll ever, I think anyone will ever make any money from Wars of Liberty is literally content creation on YouTube. That's about it, you know. Yeah. So, trying to think. Does anybody know why there's been so little views lately on PvZ Heroes videos that I've done? Any tips or suggestions on that one? Because for a while I was getting close to like 200 or so views on some of them, and then it sort of feels like there was like a big ketchup or barbecue sauce and chicken nugget dip base, like chips and dip in them for the most part, you know, where it's only like 20 people want to watch that thing, and it's like, what did I do wrong? Did I really do a horrible build or something? Or I don't know. They just looking for better decks, I guess, or I don't know. You know, I mean, if I feel like for like a week or multiple weeks, if it just stops getting views altogether, I'll probably kind of just terminate my daily publishings of it. But if you want me to keep doing PvZ Heroes, you're gonna have to, you know, let me know. Say, hey, I like that you're doing this game. And because if I feel like PvZ Heroes is not going to be a long term investment for me, then I might have to go back to AoE2 or AOM and go on that. But I don't know. I don't know. It might be just a temporary thing, you know what I mean? Because, you know, the problem is when you're such a small YouTuber that has less than 1,000 subs at that point, you can't. You're so dependent on the people within your circle to get those views up to a substantial number in the algorithm. That if they, for whatever reason, go on vacation, they have to do basic training in the army or whatever sort of career stuff that they have to do. Uh, Pretty much it comes down to a point where you you don't get those views because they're just busy doing other things. It's nothing wrong that you did, but you have such a small circle of people and you don't have that outreach yet that you can't, keep the content going to such high numbers. And I feel like, in a sense, these live streams of DE and Where's Liberty were actually keeping the viewer hours going to high numbers, in the 1,000 threshold, because I think if I was just doing like published stuff by itself, VODs and stuff, we might actually be dipping a bit right now. But these streams are actually, keeping stuff going to a pretty high amount, I think. And it's been working pretty well overall, I would say. Yeah, 100% on that part. Definitely. Let me think. What else was I gonna... Yep. So I was going to ask, since it's the end of sort of, the recordings that at least I felt that were pretty substantial and wanted to go over, is there any sort of like stream ideas that you could think of that you'd like to see on this channel at all that I haven't thought of yet, or any games you'd like to see me do, or any mods or anything for the Age series that you think people would really get a kick out of that I haven't really gone into yet? Because I still got to do some stuff for Age of Pirates actually, but I think I don't know. I don't know when I was gonna plan that. I definitely have to do some stuff for Festive mod for Prox Warrior. Like the I have to do the different sets for that, like the Minecraftians and so forth. A lot of different projects. You know what I mean? With such little time at this point, because now I basically have to do organized streaming and production, both casting and production work for House of the Train Post and ESOC TV now. Yeah, if you like ESOC TV streams, I'll be doing production on this Saturday, actually. Yeah, so that was actually kind of a cool thing because I was contacted by someone from ESOC TV to actually start doing production for them because they liked what I do on my channel and figured that'd be a great way to basically spread my reach out in the AoE3 community beyond what it is right now. Yeah, so that should be pretty good, you know what I mean? Yeah, and I mean, hey, my gameplays aren't the most high in ELO, but I do it mostly for fun and just to try different things. So yeah, that's mostly what it's been about for a while, because I sort of understood after a while it was like, you're not going to hit super high ELOs, and that's probably fine for a while, I might be able to hit like 1.3k in the Viv Edition perhaps, which, not horrible, it's pretty good, compared to most, than a large swath of the players out there. It's better than Chorizo. It's better than a lot of the people who sit around the 1.0k range and below, which is a pretty big number, especially of all the casual players. So yeah, a lot of people appreciate just basic fun gameplays of scenarios and mods and just basic team games, right? Where you try out different builds and stuff for fun. Yeah. Because trust me, if playing AoE3 wasn't fun for me, I wouldn't be doing it, but I've been playing this game since I would say probably at least since 2012 or 13. Yeah, so I'm more than a decade. That's what everyone says too. Like, oh yeah, I've also been playing this game for about a decade or more. So that's something you kind of share with all the people that basically you talk about for casting and stuff. So that's one of the interesting things about AoE3 community is we've all been sort of in this thing together for about the same amount of time. It's pretty funny, you know. And kind of true for Age of Mythology. Well, actually, I wasn't around too long for Age of Mythology. I just started getting on the bandwagon for Age of Mythology. Age of Mythology when I was, I don't know, 2014 or 15, something around there. So slightly after AoE3. Yeah, slightly after AoE3, I started getting into AOM, and that was good experience. I liked it. It was a fun game. And that was like on the old Titans version, so yeah. And then I ended up buying Extended Edition, and it wasn't until a number of, like last year mainly, that I really got into Age of Mythology, like actually trying to learn how to play properly. Because I wanted to get good at the Return of the Gods mod with Rex and everyone, and I actually ended up getting pretty good at it. And then it kind of propelled me into wanting to do Retold and do that. So yeah, I definitely want to do some more gameplays of Retold and try out some new strategies and, you know, put them to practice basically, you know, see how they work, you know. 'Cause I still have a lot to learn about Age of Mythology and how to do it well, but for the most part, I feel like I'm sort of getting my way there, little by little, you know. I don't have the sense, I think, of, you know, technology choices as well as I do in AoE3, but, you know, I sort of have like a general rule of thumb. Okay, now you want to get the copper shield, the copper spear, and the copper breastplate. Now you want to get this, you know. I don't think it's as strict as it is in AoE2. Like, if you get the wrong blacksmith upgrade in AoE2, you could actually get yourself destroyed pretty quickly and pummeled into the earth, right? Because I remember watching all the survivalist AoE2, you know, castings where he'd basically commentate on what players sent him, and I'd realize pretty quickly, like, wow, if I pick fletching over leather armor or something, you could actually end up dying, depending on what the matchup of the units are, and that's pretty interesting, you know. Makes AoE2 a much more complex game than I thought it was. Already knew it was, yeah. I wonder if I could ever get good at AoE2, you know, because right now I'm kind of at the bottom of the birdcage, basically. Like, I'm at like the bottom foundation of people that actually knows how to play it, I think, you know. Because I remember back around fall of last year, you know, all those Hololive VTubers were basically going out to do AoE2. And their problem is they just didn't know how to play the game at all. That's why they were sort of just doing weird stuff for the most part, you know. But me, I'm slightly above that because I know how to play the game. I just don't know how to do it at any sort of ranked level, you know, with the hotkeys, with the control groups. It's very different ball game, I think. Overall, I would say 100% on that one. Yeah, certainly. Yeah. So, any sort of like questions or concerns or anything any of the viewers here want to go over with me at all about Wars of Liberty, Definitive Edition, Age of the World, Age of Mythology, PvZ Heroes, any sort of, you know, things you were wondering, basically, that you wish you could always ask Unstoppable Stiletsy directly, you know. Because I notice sometimes I see people who ask questions, but in weird places, if that makes any sense. Like, I'll have like a video of PvZ Heroes or Age of Mythology Retold, and they'll ask a question about Age of Empires 2 or something there, and it's like, it's kind of a weird place to ask. It's not a bad thing, you know. I'll always answer people's questions, but it's kind of interesting that they go to that place to do it instead of the place that I thought they were going to do it from, you know. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting, you know, what people decide to do. Yeah. Well, at least I'm well fed, you know. Like I something I've learned to do before I stream is eat your meal before you stream, right? Because what I used to do was I used to go on a fast where I wouldn't eat anything all day until after I did the stream. So I would sit there without calories for like 12 hours. And it actually weighs down on your brain in a way because you lose energy in your mind and you just want to fall asleep. And I noticed I'd start gnawing off in my brain when I'm casting it. I hope it wasn't like present when I was talking, but I felt it in my mind, like I was ready to sleep because I just didn't have any fuel in my mind. But when I started eating before I did the stream, you get a little bit of sleepiness from from the calorie consumption because when you eat like lunch and stuff, you get a little sleep and you're ready for a nap, right? Whether you're young or old, that happens to anybody. If you eat a certain amount of food, you want to basically take a nap or something. That's sort of the way your brain is built sometimes. Unless you're like eating something with a lot of sugar that's like hyperactive in your brain or something, or caffeine, you're normally just going to want to take a nap or something. But yeah, kind of an interesting trick. And one way I found out that I didn't have to consume as much water during the stream is basically just not talking as loud most of the time. I find the louder you use your voice, the more likely you're going to need to drink water because your throat's going to dry out much quicker and get scratchy if you do that. So that's another little trick I learned so I don't have to keep getting up to grab water and having to pause and stuff. The only sort of necessary pause I usually have nowadays is either a phone call or putting the lights on in the room I'm in because, it's pretty clear at this point that we stream during night hours, right? Dark hours. Yeah. Yep, definitely. And I think in like a month or two, like once we get towards October, it's going to start being dark before I even stream, so I won't even have to worry about putting the lights on when I'm streaming, because I already need them anyways. Because by the time I'm like working at like 4 in the afternoon, I'm already going to start to feel that darkness come in, because once you get towards winter in my geographic region, you start to see the sun starting to set around 3 in the afternoon, 3:30, like really early. Very early, because put it into perspective, when I was a college student, going to university, a lot of times my courses would end around 2:15 or 2:45, right? 2:30, right? And then when you leave class at 2:30, you have to commute your way back to your home, which can take up to an hour or more. So even doing that, you would be dealing with conditions where the sun would start setting, basically, and it's like, whoa, the day's already over, and it was only 2:30 in the afternoon. Yeah. Yeah, and then, of course, when I started to have to do coursework, it ended at 4:30 or 6:20, that sort of thing, or like 6:20. Then you really started to see it turn to total night out there. Like, wow, whoa. Gotta be careful. If it was like middle of winter and you were getting an ice storm or something, you had to make sure you didn't go flying into the hill. Because where I went to school, it was it was on top of a hill, like a mountain at that point, and there was lots of steps. The sidewalks were going at an elevated angle and a slope, so if you weren't careful, you could go flying down. I remember one time they had like a fog that basically had glaze on the pavement that was like multiple inches, like a skating rink, and you had to do that while moving in an upward direction. And you literally had to wait for people to come by with little handfuls of salt and that blue salt and stuff to be able to get up there safely without flying. Yeah. Interesting stuff you learn. Yeah, most definitely. Starting to approach that time of year now where you're going to have to start worrying about ice and all that stuff. At least depend on where you live, A lot of the Juanitos Bonitos here live in very tropical climates around the equator, so they don't have to understand what ice is like and snow and blizzards and those type of meteorological events, basically. Yeah, certainly. So, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Anything else I was going to mention? I guess just twist my neck and yeah. I think we're good for now. I at least think for this week. All right. So for next week, I think we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do Definitive Edition on Tuesday, HVNI is like the best supplier of casted games this world has ever known, so we will definitely have something for Tuesday. But Thursday is all up to the Juanitos, you know. How many games can they record and basically get into that Discord for me to grab and download and look at? Because it's only like 2 or 3 or something. I'm not going to be able to really do a stream off of that, you know, so I might have to do Age of Mythology or AoE 2 or something, you know what I mean? But the thing is, Age of Mythology streams don't get a lot of viewership as I think they thought that they would, you know, because I've done Age of Mythology topics where uploads where I basically got like plus 10,000 views on, which are the best in my channel. So I'm surprised we don't get more views on Age of Mythology stuff, you know. Certainly anyone who's subbed to the channel for Age of Mythology should definitely try to reach my streams when I do them, you know, and always be watching that channel for them because, you know, we could totally use another game that I can do so I don't feel like I have to do 8v3 all the time to get a million views, you know what I mean? PvZ Heroes is sort of moving in that trajectory, I hope, you know, but lately it's been a bit of a shortfall, but yeah, whatever, you know, whatever it takes, I guess. So, all right, see you on next. Well, if you're gonna be watching the ESOC series that I'm gonna be doing production for this Saturday, see you then. But otherwise, see you next Tuesday, right, when I do Definitive Edition. And if you don't like Definitive Edition, see me on next Thursday, right? If and only if we have enough recordings. Then otherwise, it's probably see you in 2 weeks. Yeah, it gets complicated, yeah. So I'll just leave it at that. Good day to you all. Thank you for showing up. We got really good numbers today, considering all the mishaps we had with the stream today. So thank you for giving me your support as always.